We mean just turn it around.
It's pointing. It's using the one here instead of the one up there.
It doesn't matter. It could use any of them. Now this is registering my voice.
Well, you turned your video off.
Yeah, I'm going to have to turn it off until I hit here. Video.
Okay, good.
Not the HD. This one. Right?
No, that's the one on the camera. So that's yes.
Logic capture.
No, that's not. That's a dead one. There we go. So you can, and so you're good.
So are we live?
All right, to it.
I'm trying to see if I'm live.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, y'all can say, hey Chris, happy birthday. How's your Labor Day? I finally got this. Oh my gosh, y'all can say, hey Chris, happy birthday. Man, this has been a frustrating. I'd been using Foxfire for this account. And man, what a nightmare that's been. Apparently, Restream and Foxfire don't like each other. So let me get my headset on now that I can somehow magically go live. Thank you, Lord Google. Thank you, thank you. Hey, I need to mute my mic a minute. I'll be back in just a second. I just have to say something to Chris. So, Chris, what are you doing for your birthday? Tell me.
I'm gonna try.
I was thinking about playing some trivia. You and Deb want to play some trivia? 49 today. Wow. Next year's the big one. You're
So there it is.
okay, cool. Thanks. So yeah. Next year's the big one. So yeah, I've got 11 years on you, Chris. I've got 11 years on you. That's crazy. Well, I have a notebook of trivia. There were a bunch of people, like Coach was there earlier, Addie was there. They probably got tired of me coming on and going off because I've been trying to troubleshoot with Restream. That's been a production. So, it's so weird that everything worked perfectly. And then all of a sudden it just stopped working. So, yeah, that's right, Chris. It is just a number. It's just a number. So, what are you having for dinner? Do you know? You having steak? You having Italian? What you doing? What are your druthers? Oh my gosh, I feel free again. I can actually live stream when I want. I can move the camera over so it's actually looking at me. Oh my goodness. I look really red. Probably because I'm flustered. Yeah, I saw that, Chris. That's terrible. They're thinking it was liver disease, I think. Which is a shame. It's so young to have liver issues. But, I mean, I know a guy that it happened to way earlier than that. Although he got a transplant, he's been doing really well. So he was lucky. He was very lucky. But, they had insurance, they had some money, they had great coverage. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that too, Chris. I'd never heard of that Merrick cancer until they mentioned that he had it. And, I've had the same skin cancer, but my mother-in-law's had two different skin cancers, and all my skin cancer stuff, even with the Cancer Society, I don't even think they mentioned the skin cancer or Merkel. Sorry, like Angela Merkel. But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's why Chris and I now wear sunscreen and got that sun coating, that the clothing that has the coverage that protects you. So, so what are you having for dinner, Chris? Do you not know yet? You having Italian or steak? What are your druthers? I know Debbie makes a mean Mississippi. I was thinking Mississippi pot roast. I don't know why. I know she makes a really good lasagna that you like. Wow. Yeah, that's hard, Chris. You were pretty young then, right? Well, melanoma, mine's a squamous cell, and it's from too much sun. And you can get basal cell from too much sun. So, yeah. So, I need to get used to not using my phone. I use my phone, so I'm looking down all the time at chat. I need to get used to now that I can go live again, that I can use these chat streams, which is nice. The StreamYard chat. Yay. So, although I guess I have to find it. Why did my chat disappear? There it is. All right. Steak. Yeah, I figured you'd be a steak guy for your birthday for sure. We hadn't had steak in a long time, and I had these really little skinny ribeyes that I bought. I threw those on the grill. But yeah, it's getting so expensive to buy even in the stores. Yeah, 13, that's hard, Chris. Wow. Did she know she had cancer, or did she just die suddenly? Like my neighbor across the street, she called me and said her sister died. And I said, from what? Heart attack or stroke? She said, no. She found out she had cancer and died within 3 days. I don't know. You don't know if somebody lived their best life and they didn't suffer and then they just, I don't know if she died from the stress or died from the cancer, but I don't know. It's kind of almost a blessing in a sense. Because I think she had pancreatic cancer and that's hard. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Kevin. Kevin sees me. Yes, we are good. So I still have tech support is on the side chat now. So everything worked fine on Foxfire for. Hold on a second. Let me respond to him. Everything worked fine. Okay. So yeah. Just a no, please. All right. So I think Restream, I think we're good. Yeah. I don't know how to soft close this. So now he's blocking all my chat. No, overlay. Anyway, so is Debbie a steak person too? I was looking, who else is here? Anybody? I was going to do a trivia game if somebody wants to play trivia. If I can find it. It may be out in my kitchen. I think it is. Ooh, is this it? Let me just go out and get my notebook. And if we get enough people responding here, hey, Addie. Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. Oh, man. Yeah, thanks, Addie. If we get some more people responding, I was going to try and do a trivia to reward all you patient people dealing with this stuff with me. I really appreciated it. I told they asked me to privatize my other lives where we were doing the troubleshooting, and I'm like, I need the watch hours. Y'all are been killing me. It's Chris's birthday today, Addie, if you didn't see. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh. I'm still alive. That's Chris's birthday. Is this my trivia book? Yes, yes, yes. So I know y'all can hear me. Maybe if I put out a Twitter thing, maybe we can get more people here for for trivia. I have a notebook full of trivia. Notebook full of trivia that I've done. Copy link. And I have different topics. So let me just Twitter this. I'm going to put on Twitter, I'm going to put celebrating or celebrate Chris Leclerc's birthday. When are you going to dinner, Chris? Do you have time to stay and play trivia if we do this? All right, it's posted. Maybe we'll get some more people here. What is this chat not? Why is it gone? Why can't I get here? How do I minimize this? Hold on. Now I have a whole nother slew of issues. No. No. How do I get out of here? There I go. All right. Now we're settled. Oh, Addie, you don't scare people. You may initially, but then once they get to know you, you're good. Oh, you're September too, Addie? When's your birthday, Addie? I love this song by September. I think Earth, Wind, and Fire played here maybe this month. They had a concert. I just didn't feel like going to where they were playing. Hey, Jennifer, how are you doing? It's Chris Leclerc's birthday today. Is he still here? Maybe he left. Happy Labor Day to you. Where you been doing, Jennifer? Oh, wow, Addie. I did not know that. Let's see, August, September. Oh, Wednesday. Got you in there. Got you in my calendar now. I'm gonna even put you on. Oops. Why am I having problems with all tech today? It's so crazy. We want to repeat. We want to repeat Addie's birthday forever and always, don't we? Yeah. Well, now the secret's out, Addie. You can't hide. I guess Chris left us to go eat his steak. He's on Missouri time, so yeah, it's 5:29. He may have gone, but that's Chris. He's in and out. Coachism was here. I wish Missy would come on and Bimbo. We could play trivia. Dang it. I have some good ones. So I really need to do a trivia night anyway, and I'll probably maybe do a few of them. A, because I need the watch hours, and B, because I have a bunch of them already written. I was doing these anyway on my other channel. So I made up a lot of trivia that's never been played on YouTube. Oh, how sweet, Jennifer. Oh, that is sweet. We were talking about on Mark's channel last night. We were talking about what you call it, the snoo. Have you heard of this, Jennifer? It's a mechanical cradle and it has a microphone. It senses your baby and their cry and everything. So I made the mistake last night on Mark's channel. They asked me how much they cost, and my daughter told me they were like $6,000. I believed her; she was being ridiculous. They're $1,600 for this bassinet, and but you can rent them, and that's what she chose to do because you only use them for about 6 months anyway. So for $1,600, you're looking at for 6 months use is crazy. I told Bopak about it last night. He's like, we have three bassinets. But this thing, my daughter says it's amazing because you can age them out of that, age progression. It it does different things to acclimate them to sleeping by themselves. But also if the baby whimpers in the middle of the night and cries a bit, sometimes they don't always need to be fed or changed. And so what happens, the snoo, it senses your baby's little cry and it starts the rocking motion gently. And if the baby continues to cry, it increases the speed of the rocking until it hits like a, I don't know, a 4 or a 6. And then once it hits like that 4 or 6, it's like, no, you got to get up because it's either a diaper or it's uh, needs to be fed. So then it kind of just, I don't know. He did not have twins. He did not have twins. But yeah, and the thing about the snoo too is that it swaddles the baby. It swaddles the baby perfectly the way you put its arms and everything in to be set. And then as you age progress out, as the baby ages, you'll maybe like take one arm out of the swaddle and let them have just one arm free. And so they're not overstimulated aging out of the snoo. It's just amazing. Yeah, this is a bassinet, Addie. Yeah, it sure is. It's just so high tech. But you can rent them for like 130 a month. And if it's only 6 months, that's only, seven $730 or whatever, something like that. So I think it's pretty much worth it. She said she wished she had had it with her first child. My daughter did. So, but she's just said it's made it so much easier. And they co-sleep. So even she's been trying to break the 4-year-old out of co-sleeping, but I don't think that's gone so well. But I guess co-sleeping is a thing. And the other thing that a lot of women, because I was looking at the reviews last night, so a lot of women were saying that the snoo, they had nightmares that their baby might die of SIDS or something. So a lot of women were comforted just knowing that the baby was properly swaddled. It's in the bassinet. It's not going to flip or turn over. And so there were no worries with their nightmares were not going to be realized with the snoo. But yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Technology. It's wonderful. I think maybe the biggest uh, waste on babies. I remember when my godson was being born, I thought, oh, he's got to have the wipes warmer. That thing never got used by the mother. So that was a waste of money. I think too many clothes are a waste of money too, you know. So, because normally you don't dress your kids up cutesy, only if there's a special occasion. But, most babies are happy in the summertime with a t shirt and a diaper. I was always happy with nothing on at all. So, aw, yeah. But it's even being a human bassinet. So, even though my daughter has this bassinet, she also breastfeeds. So, the she's having a hard time with the nanny. Like the baby doesn't want to go to anybody. He's either in his snoo or with her, but he is not comfortable going to the nanny. He doesn't even like going to his dad. So, yeah. Well, so have you been able to see your grandchild in person, Jennifer? Oh yeah, Addie. I bet you were a fun mom. Hey, the mother and daughter duo. I don't know which one you are. That's the only thing about your name that drives me nuts. You're gonna have to start like even on the your comments. I'm like, is it mother or daughter? And I think is it you both have very beautiful names. So did y'all the mother and daughter duo? We were talking about babies. Did you get your barbecue fix? I hope. I know there are some places in the city that have to have some good old soul food. So y'all say hi to the mother and daughter duo. Their channel is pretty new, and I like it because they're from New York City. So if you want to know about New York City, that's the thing to do. They showed a really cool video about a candy store, and it has everything. It has European candies, German candies, and when you walk in, it's like an old general store would be. Yeah, the counters to the left. Well, if their camera was right. Um, but yeah, you walked in, and there it was just floor to ceiling candy everywhere, and they had the old. Some of the old 50s, like the blackjack chewing gum, the licorice chewing gum and stuff. Yeah. Oh, Jennifer just had a grandchild, the mother and daughter duo. So yeah, we were talking babies. So she's a new grandmother, and um yeah. So she was answering my question. I asked her if she got to see the grandbaby yet, live and in person. Oh, I'm sorry you didn't get barbecue, the mother and daughter duo. I told you there's always a place at my table. Come on down to Atlanta. Yeah, check it out, Addie. I like it. I wish I want to go back to New York because I love New York City because I'm weird like that. Um, but I don't think it's weird. I think New York's a really cool city. I think it gets a bad rap. Now, it may be different because I went there in 1960. I was trying to think how old I was. 68 for the first time on a family vacation because my dad was very adventurous, thank goodness. So we went to New York City. That's why I did that Tootie Twee Boyd sitting on a cool eating Duty Worms. My dad told me because I was 5 and my dad liked to mess with his kids like every good parent should. He told me if we were going to New York, I needed to learn how to speak like a New Yorker. So he taught me that little shorts that I did. Tootie Twee Boyd sitting on a quad eating dirty worms. Um, and then I did some research on that. That turned out, I think it probably came from vaudeville. I couldn't find out where it originated from, but apparently it's been around a long time. And it was really 33 birds sitting on a curb. And then I think it went on. I don't think it ended with eating dirty worms at that point. But yeah, so I learned that little how to talk like a New Yorker, and we went to New York. It was 1968 during the garbage strike. I got to see a riot in Washington Park. That was fun. There was a guy up in a tree and they were trying to get him down with a net and everything. That was amazing. Um, I got sick because I think I got seasick on the boat going over to the Statue of Liberty. But it was really in the Statue of Liberty, going around and around and around, and those green walls. That, in my 5-year-old memory, is what made me ill. Was the steps and the green, um, not so much the boat. So I had a lot of and we went to Chinatown to eat, and I got the rice we got on the side. The peas and carrots in there were frozen. It was really kind of a disappointing trip. So then my dad was a drummer, and Atlanta always had the Stomp show would come to town on his birthday. So I always told him, you need to go to Stomp, you need to go. And he's like, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm going here, I'm going there. So one year, finally, he said, I want to see Stomp this year for my birthday. So I was like, I looked it up and I'm like, dang it, they're not coming here. I was like, okay, I'll just take everybody to New York and we'll have a weekend in New York. His birthday was Memorial Day weekend. So I guess it's been 12 years maybe. We ended up going up to New York for his birthday and saw Stomp, went to Chinatown, went to Central Park and strolled around. We bypassed security and paying to get into the museum because we had to go to the bathroom. And somehow we just, my dad just walked right in like he owned the place and went right to the bathrooms and we followed him and nobody ever came after us. But we left. We didn't stay because we did not pay and we had other plans. I had dinner reservations. So yeah, and then we didn't go on to see the Statue of Liberty. Well, the hotel I got was the Marriott down in Battery Park. So it overlooked the Statue of Liberty. My dad's room had a clear shot of the Statue of Liberty. And at the time, unfortunately, trying to think, our view, we could not see the Statue of Liberty like my dad could from his room. And then we did do the circle boat tour, just, on the boat in the water. And that was fun because there was a lesbian couple on the boat and there was one girl with a crop top and really low pants and she was kind of bent over next to my dad and she had a big old cross, a tramp stamp of a cross. And I was just like, I don't know, my dad and I were kind of like laughing at that. And my dad is over there. His wife was such a stick in the mud. But I'm looking over at my dad and he's over there trying to take a picture of her tramp stamp as we're on the boat doing the tour. And I was just like trying to distract his wife so he wouldn't get in trouble over that. That was the funniest dang thing. He was a trip. So that's where I get my craziness from is my dad. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too, Addie. I think the and see, I've been to Paris and France too. I love France. I don't love Paris so much. I love New York better than I love Paris as far as the friendliness of the people, I think. And I don't speak French, but my husband speaks French, so he has um, better time in Paris than I do. But I always feel like an idiot if ever I try to speak. Like they're always quoi. I'll say bonjour, quoi. It's like you know what I mean. I know I'm a stupid American, but dang it. Oh, I have a funny France story. So we'll just turn this into story time. This is funny. So we drove into this town, San Malo, and it is beautiful. It's a beachside. We stayed at the Ibis there. I love the Ibis hotels. So we stayed at this beachside hotel, and I didn't make reservations ahead of time. It was my first time in France. Now I know I can ask the hotel to call ahead and make my reservations for me so that I'm not an idiot and I'm better received. But it's a port city, and I didn't know that the channel or the ferry boat from England had a port in San Malo. So I didn't know that. I mean, I'm a tourist, so I just know that I want to go to San Malo because it's beautiful and has the most amazing sunsets and history. And there's an old fort that's out on the water. It's surrounded by it's just gorgeous. And then it has the old medieval city. And then it has all the boats, and I just love it. So we get there, and I tell Chris, I'm like, okay, parking's crazy, like it is everywhere in France. Like, just go park the car, and I'll go in and get our room and everything. So I go in, I go up to the desk, and bonjour. And then I go into English, like, I'd like a room for the night or for 3 nights. And I can't remember if it was a weeknight or weekend. I don't know what was going on. Right. So she said, I'm sorry, we have no rooms. And I'm like, none at all. Do you have any coming? And she's like, she kind of just like was very, very off putting. So I just went out to Chris, and I was tired, and getting there, it was we picked up the car in the Gare du Nord in Paris, and we're trying to drive and read the signs and read the maps, and because we didn't have Google. And so I just walked outside, and I'm like, I was just tired. I just wanted to get a room, get settled, eat, go to bed. And because I think we had already done like 2 or 3 days in Paris just to get over jet lag, but I was still kind of tired. Anyway, so I felt defeated. I'm out the front wall, and I'm just like, there aren't any rooms. He's like, oh, let me go in and ask. I'm like, I told you there aren't any rooms. He goes in there, and he comes back out. He goes, do you want a beachfront or do you want a garden view? I was so mad because she spoke English and I spoke English. It was like there was no miscommunication here. Like, how come he gets a room and I don't? I was totally frustrated. So, yeah, it was later that I found out. It may have been our next trip when we talked to this gentleman out in Amboise, uh, near the Loire Valley of France. And he told me that because there's that ferry there that goes from England to the US, that a lot of prostitutes come over. And so I don't know. I was, I think, 40 at the time when I took that trip. So I'm like, do I get offended, or should I feel like that was a compliment? Like, she thought I could get money for this, I don't know. It was crazy. It was funny though. Looking back on it, it's funny. But in the moment, I was just tired. I just wanted a bed. I just wanted food. Yeah. Oh, and I think that time, oh, no, that time we ended up going one time when they had a gas oil strike. That was a whole, uh, yeah, but no, not in Paris, in San Malo. In San Malo, on the Brittany coast is where we were. Yeah. But I don't know, somebody could have written it on the bathroom wall in Paris somewhere too. Probably left my number too. Holy cow. No telling what's written on bathroom walls about me. I wonder how many times they've been painted over too. Oh gosh. So Bimba must be taking a nap or watching a movie. Oh yeah. Oh well, my dad has a story about French Ho. When he was in the military, he was in the Air Force, and he went to Paris on a leave one time, and he thought he would be real smart and not get a hooker. He wanted to get two hookers because, like, every man's fantasy, right? So he picks up his two hookers, right? And then he gets them back to his room where he was staying. But he was so freaking nervous that he was going to get rolled and they were going to steal his wallet and his money and he wouldn't be able to get back to base, that he just gave him the money and didn't do a dang thing with them. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Can you imagine? Just that close to, oh yeah. Oh, my dad and yeah. I mean, once I hit like 40, it was all like, my dad was more like my best friend than anything. I told him this. I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard that joke about was a 15 girl say to her daddy? Every state has their jokes, right? And it's a bad joke. I would not like tell it today. But I think if you Google that much of it, you might be able to find the joke. But anyway, you know how they talk in the South? They say diddy instead of daddy. So I told him that joke once, and then we always laughed. And I called him Diddy ever since I told him that really gross and disgusting joke. So, yeah. And today it would not be in favor. I can't even believe I told you all that. But yeah. But I can guarantee you that my dad and I had no relationship like what was joked about that really isn't a joking matter. But anyway, it is an old joke. It's up there with, that terrible joke of what do you tell your wife, or what should your wife do when she gets out of the battered woman shelter? If you've heard that joke, it's up there with that. Oh, really, Addie? Wow. Well, that's kind of good. Did your dad, was he receptive to your thoughts or did he poo poo them? Like my dad did mine. I mean, when I was young, my dad really poo pooed me. Like a lot in a way, but it was good for me. Um, he had divorced my mom when I was young, and my mom really struggled. She had mental health issues too. That's a whole nother thing. But like, I mean, my dad made amends, for leaving us. Uh, he realized later that it was wrong, but at the time, he didn't know what to do. So, um, but seeing that, I never wanted to be like my mother and not have she was kind of like an admin secretary career kind of thing. And I swore that I never wanted to be like that. And my dad, when I was younger, he built a house. He designed, built, and this was like leading up to him leaving. That's like he moved into that house. I don't know if that was his intention the whole time, but I remember him. He had he had his plans, and he was making edits to, no electrical or the framework or framing, whatever. I don't know, but I remember him working on the plans on one side of the kitchen table, and I was over here on the other side of the kitchen table, and I was drawing and, doing my house plans and trying to be like my daddy. I think I was probably 9-ish, 9, 8, 9, somewhere in there. But yeah, so when I got into high school, my 8th grade teacher, uh, he was crazy. But one of our classes was was it geometry? I think it was geometry. But he kind of did applied geometry in a way. So we kind of started out, remember the string art where you put the nail, you do your design, put your nails in, and then you do the string and loop them and do your butterfly or your city or whatever cool, even a geometric design that you did. Don't any of y'all remember that? So anyway, that teacher call him Old Man Nebby because I went to a private school did we call him Old Man Nebby? No. He called Nebuchadnezzar Old Man Nebby in Bible class. That's how crazy he was. When he taught Bible class, he'd call him Old Man Nebby. But this teacher, so we did the geometry, and then he got us into a little bit of mechanical drafting, where we were doing three-dimensional blocks or L's or, and then doing some like actual metal plates and designing that. And so then when I went to high school, I took mechanical drawing. And actually, I was living with my dad at the time. And then somehow I became president of VICA. That was Vocational Industrial Clubs of America. It's something else now. But it was a new high school. I never grew up with these people or in this town. All of a sudden, I was thrust there to live with my dad. And it was in the mechanics. I don't even think I told my dad. I'm just like, okay, I'm going to run for president, whatever, fat chance. I'm the only girl. And, I didn't take auto mechanics or woodworking, but I took the mechanical drafting. I ended up winning somehow the president seat in my new high school. So, maybe being a girl and everybody else voting was boys, maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. But yeah, but it was funny, even though I got that, he didn't kind of support that. I remember him taking me to a meeting once and just dropping me off and abandoning me there. I don't even remember how I got home. But no, so I just didn't want a office sitting 9 to 5 job. I knew my mom was miserable, right? So then my dad was kind of a feminist. The woman he was with after he left my mom, she was a college student and, actually after that, all he married was college students. He married 3 others after. Oh my gosh. That's how much my dad was married 5 times. He was a trip. But he loved life. Oh my gosh. I think he taught me how to live. Hey, Hemi, how's it going? So Hemi does, if you like motors, I love cars. That's another thing I got from my dad. Hemi does a lot of cars, and he also does urbex exploring. He's in Australia, and he got some good garbage picks this week. I don't know what that was, Hemi. What was that? Was it like a little vanity or something that you got? I couldn't quite make out from the couple of pictures you sent. Oh, and for all of you here, Addie has a channel. She has anything you never know what Addie's gonna put on her channel. Sometimes cops throwing guns at the car that she almost ran into. That was exciting. Oh gosh. But yeah, so that's why I ended up being doing guys' jobs. I was in construction, I hung drywall, I built those little outdoor shed barns. I needed to be doing something a little bit more with my hands, But luckily all that got me into a tech job. Yeah, that timber box, Hemi, that was really cool. Oh, I don't think so, Addie. I bet your mom was happy you were around. Yeah. My dad didn't take me to live with him. I was forced on him. But then I made the mistake of calling his wife the B word, and that was it. I was out. But she was. She was. I'll swear to that to this day. She was. I forget how that argument started, even. And it was around Christmas. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember what that was. But I called her the B word and I was out of there. Bye. I went to my mom's for a bit and then she was like, "You got to leave." I was only 17. And she's like, "Yeah, you can't live with me either." I was like, "Oh, well." I'm like, she's like, "You got to go to work. You got to go to work." I'm like, "Well, I'm not supporting your butt." So I was just like, bye. I went to LA from Florida to Los Angeles. I lived out there for a while. I liked LA. That was fun. I felt like I lived 10 lifetimes out there. I did a lot. I never slept, but I did a lot. I worked. I went to North Hollywood High School after work, and I partied a lot. When I was 17. What do you expect? But actually, I hung out mostly in the underage clubs. So, it wasn't like I was hanging out. Well, I did go to places where there were alcohol. I did drink alcohol now and then, but the place I hung out was basically an underage, straight, gay, everything club. But a lot of celebrities went there. Like a lot of celebrities, even adult celebrities went there because it was like teen and up club, which they wouldn't do today. Again, different times. But I told my uncle's new wife, mind her own business, and decades later. Yeah, that sucks, Addie. Wow. Sometimes they need to. Yeah, Addie, I think you and I kind of had some similarities a bit, probably growing up a bit, maybe even to this day, which might explain a lot. Which might explain a lot. But yeah, I did love Los Angeles. I thought the people were cool. It's just really beautiful out there. I wish I had stayed longer, but I don't know. Things happen for a reason. I feel like I was where I needed to be when I needed to be. But when I went back, so that this is kind of weird. Y'all are going to laugh. This is going to show my age. So when I went back to Florida, because my high school boyfriend, right, he's like, "What are you doing out in LA?" I mean, we'd kind of broke up to date other people. But then once he found out I was in LA, he was like, "What is she doing out in LA? She doesn't need to be out in LA. Like, she needs to come back to what she knows, where she grew up, and all that stuff." So he was like, "Come back, stay with me." So, yeah. Oh, there's Mr. Mark with his French. Je me suis. I don't know what that says. I don't speak French. Chris speaks French. I don't. I'll have to get him in there. But anyway, so I went back to live in Florida, and my first job back there. Well, again, I got into high school again because I always went to night school. I went to, I don't know, 5, 6 night schools. I don't know, maybe 5 or 4. I don't know. I kept pushing because I knew I had to get my high school. I had to do it. Like, it was so important to me. So, well, in LA at the time, I don't know what the laws are now, probably similar. And I think it's a good law. In order for me to work full time in Los Angeles, I had to be enrolled in night school. They really made sure like their kids got an education out there. They did everything they could to um, help you get an education. They didn't want kids just dropping out of high school to work full time and forget school. And I thought that was a great policy. But I was mad because get this, I had to call my mom to have her sign the papers to enroll in school. And I'm like, my mother's cut ties with me. Like she's the one, she's the reason I'm here. Like, because I knew like Florida was a service state. Florida's hard to work in. Florida's hard to make money in. It still is because everything's like you're you're working at Disney or you're working at SeaWorld or you're serving in restaurants or you're working in a hotel. You don't make a lot of money. So I figured if I was going to succeed or go anywhere, it'd be LA. And I did. I had a really good bank job at a corporate level of the bank in the mortgage department, mortgage insurance department. So that's where I lived and worked in North Hollywood, Lankershim and Sherman Way up there. So au revoir, Mark. See you later. Yeah, something about whatever. See you. Have fun. Have one for me. Uh, but anyway, when I went back to Florida, I ended up kind of getting a techie like job because I was working in a telephone answering service. So I answered for doctors and this news station. The worst line I had to answer was I hated working that line too. It was a psychiatrist office with chronically, you know, patients who had chronic need to injure themselves uh, forever. So that was hard to work that one. Oh, you want a link, Connor? Are you going to come up here with me? Am I going to be blessed with a honor and honor? No. Um, but anyway, I started working at a telephone answering place. And the telephone answering place, I was on one of those old switchboards, the cords, one ringy dingy to with a headphone, and just like um, Ruth Buzzy, one ringy or Ruth Buzzy, uh, you know who I mean from Laughing. She now is a co-star with uh, 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 Jane Fonda. Who is it? Lily Tomlin. So yeah, so I started working on those switchboards, and the switchboards were really cool, you know, because it was actual mechanical. We had a switch room, and it was all these clink and clank and uh, hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Oh, I need my things on. Everybody else can hear you. I'm now you can speak. Can we
Can
hear
you hear
you?
me now?
Yeah, I can. How's it going? You
Hello,
look like you're partying.
hello, Jen. It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too after all these years.
God, you
So,
always look great.
jeez,
Anyway, I
I'm all
love your
red,
garden
flustered.
videos. I love all your shorts. I just love you. I love
Yeah.
you and Chris.
Oh, thanks. That's so sweet. That's an honor to hear. It really
It's
is.
it's really
I
nice.
mean, you've always been there. Like, I was talking about you the other day, being at the Windsor Hotel for Ghost Watch 2023. That was fun. That was a kind
Yes,
of
it
fun
was.
night. So, is
Yeah,
honor your better half, or is that just do you go between honor and honor?
I'm just a single guy. Where are people getting this honor from? Because I see that in chat all the time. Honor and Honor.
Yeah, sometimes you come up as Honor, and then am I the only one? Sometimes we see you as AHNER. I know
Well,
somebody said that the other night too.
that's what I go under is AAHNER.
Sometimes it drops the H.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Oh
weird.
God, that's the first time I've heard that.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, so this is a rare occurrence. I have never seen Honor on any stream ever. So I am like honored. Do you ever go on any other stream?
I'm on YouTube all the time.
I know you are, but I've never seen you. Even on your
Well,
channel.
I belong to several different communities.
Well, I know one that I don't hang out in too
Well,
much, other than
then
with
you have
Coach.
seen me, huh?
Only in with Coach, though.
With
You
Coach,
know.
yeah, Coach. Coach is another guy that hangs out in several different communities. I know
Oh
Coach
yeah,
very well. I've never
yeah,
spoken with Coach on panel or in a email or anything like that, but yeah, Coach is cool.
yeah. I like him a lot, but that community I don't do. It's a little too much for me. In fact, I
You,
started on YouTube.
you talking about the bottom of YouTube, Boyd?
Yeah, Boyd
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
The
That's
wrestling's
how I got
fun.
into this place.
Yeah, the
And
wrestling
then,
is fun.
the good thing about it is then we have the opportunity to meet people like you, that are not in Boyd, but
On the
on
fringe.
the fringe. Yeah, and
Well,
it's great. It's
but you
really
know,
great because that's why I'm in Boyd because Boyd is total bullshit for the most
yeah,
part. But then you
yeah,
meet people on the fringe, you see them in your feed, and
right.
they're legitimate people that are honest and good,
Nice.
hardworking people that are just out here to
Yeah.
make a good video. And
Drama free.
you're one of them, yeah. And that's
Yeah.
why I love you. And I always leave
Oh,
a
thanks.
thumbs up, and I always leave a lot of
Thanks.
remarks.
Yeah. Well, when I started with kind of dabbling more in YouTube and the live stuff, I don't even know how I stumbled. Oh, okay. So I never knew much about autism and I wanted to learn. So I started watching a lot of autism channels. And then one of the autism people that I watched, all of a sudden something popped up in my feed and it was about somebody bashing because they're using their kids for views. And these are kids that are never going to be able to function on their own.
I know,
And
isn't
so
that a
that money is funding their future care, that they're earning off YouTube. So it's not like they're not putting that money into the future of this autistic child in case they die and something happens to them. Their child is will be well cared for, you know. And
well,
I
that's
have
a good thing.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. And they're not going to be stuck in some center dependent on the state where they could be abused or whatever. They'll have top care. But I saw this video that popped up in an argument to that. So I watched it and I started commenting on some of her videos. Now, I will say there was a little bit of drama going on there, but it wasn't to the point of bashing what they looked like, where they came from. That's where the petty stuff. Like if you have an issue, like address the issue, but when it comes to name calling, pettiness, even in politics, I don't like that. That brings it down to petty and you don't get anywhere in the conversation, right? And you can't even open the door to a conversation because you've gone petty.
I agree. Yeah, I
So,
mean,
so that's kind of my philosophy, and it doesn't have to be everybody's. I
I
mean,
agree with that philosophy.
you
And,
know,
when you go to a channel, you can look in the side chat, what people are saying, and what the kind of people that they are with what they're saying. And then you mesh that with what kind of person is putting out the videos, and you got to make a determination regarding that. You're always
Right.
going to have some bad apples in the side chat
Hmm.
that make negative remarks that nobody likes, but
I've been really
for the
lucky.
most part, yeah, you
Mhm.
have a good channel. You don't have any trolls in here.
I had one,
A few maybe every now and again, but everybody
yeah.
has it.
Well, when they were going by after Bimbo, which, that's ridiculous. So,
Well,
um,
Bimbo has a history. You know,
well, I know.
Bimbo was in a different community
Hmm.
compared to this one here. So,
Right,
you're going to get that crossover
right. And I
troll
know.
shit,
Yeah,
but I like Bimbo. I've
yeah.
always liked
No,
Bimbo.
she puts out good stuff.
Yeah,
But so I kind of hung out with that group. But then when I saw, like,
I like the Valkyrie too. Have you
oh,
ever seen
yeah,
her?
yeah, Valkyrie and Pansy and all of
Fancy
them,
too, yeah.
all of them.
So
They're
you're
all
gonna
great.
get a little crossover on that, and you're affiliated with her, so
Hmm.
you're on the fringe on that. But you put out quality, good entertainment. I don't care if you're showing a sunflower seed. I like it.
I'm glad you do. Hey, you know what Chris has been doing this weekend? Bless his heart. Well, the last day and a half. I just ordered a kitchen island that's on a cart. It's on wheels so I can move it around,
Yeah.
and it also has a drop leaf on it. So I can extend that drop leaf. So I should now be able to put my camera, like I have a really big kitchen. I can't stand it. It's too big. And because I like my old, I had lived in a bungalow before. I had a galley kitchen, so it was one step to the sink, one step to the fridge, one step to the stove, one step to the dishwasher, and I miss it so much. And I wish I had that again. So, but now I should be able to do an intro where I'm talking to you, doing because it was just too much camera movement. So now I'll be able to put the camera up and then prepare the dishes from the island, and then have the stove kind of behind me. So I think I'll be able to get better camera shots and everything. And I think I should even be able to pull the cart up. It's a little higher than counter height. So I should be able to pull it up to the edge of the stove and hopefully have a better shot down at the food. And then I can kind of cook from the other side of it. So I'm hoping I'll get much better cooking views for everybody.
Well, I don't
So
care about anything like that. I just want to buy a house next to you so you can deliver that food next.
I've had a few requests to be a personal chef for people. But my dad, when he lived with me, like when he was going, before he went into hospice, he's like, I've lived here a month and I don't think we've had the same meal twice. And I'm like, yeah, you probably won't. I get bored easily.
Well, I love all your videos, your shorts, everything
Thanks.
about you. You're just great. You're
Thanks.
fun to
Thanks.
watch.
Oh.
I got to figure out my notifications because I'll be going into my shorts going, and then all of a sudden you'll pop up and I'll see three of your shorts and I'll be like, how come I didn't get a notification?
I have the problem on my phone. And that's the thing. I get like a daily digest instead of notifications, but it pushes them to my email that I don't know, that I don't get notified on. It's crazy. But I get notified on every mail but that. So I don't know what's going on, but I don't get notified at lives. Usually for me, it's when I'm in Twitter and I'll see or Mrs. Hopkins has posted Bimbo's live, and I'm like, okay, run to Bimbo's.
Yeah, I
But
don't
yeah,
know about these notifications and how YouTube works, but
oh,
eventually I get your notifications and maybe a day or 3 days or a week even late, but
hmm,
I get them. But
yeah,
yeah, I
hey,
know this. I know this stuff isn't fake. This is real.
Yeah, yeah, you're always going to get the real me. Like you heard my stories. Like holy cow. So I'm waiting for somebody to attack me on one of those again about my dad's story with his prostitutes in France. I think it's a great story though.
I don't think I've seen that yet.
Oh, you came in late. You'll have to watch it on the replay and catch up.
Hey,
Oh my gosh. Hey Mark, how's it going?
hey,
Oh
Mark. Is
gosh.
that Mark Kropka?
Yeah, that's Hunter on stage. You have Snake Farm up
Hey,
there.
Mark. Yeah, I got Snake Farm. This is Snake Farm. Look at me. I'm all bald. I'm old.
Nothing wrong with bald.
I got scars.
Oh, you got scar. Oh, yeah, you've seen my scar. Well, I gotta get the right angle where they cut into me for the skin cancer here. But dang.
So glad you got rid of that.
Well, I got rid of it, but then I ended up having to do that chemo cream like a year later because I got this about right when COVID hit in February, and then that's why I was hoping to have like I paid my deductible for the year getting this surgery, and I need my gallbladder out. So I was like, great, I'll have this surgery, and I planned on doing my gallbladder, but then this thing came up. So then I had this surgery, and then I went to go get my gallbladder taken out, and they're like, "Oh, we're not doing operations at the hospital that are unnecessary." And I'm like, "So you'll just wait for it to explode, I guess." Excuse
Yeah,
me. So
gallbladder
then,
is.
next year, then I'm bound to pay another deductible. So $8,800 out of pocket
Yeah, we don't want to go into that.
in
health
12
insurance.
months is like, ouch.
Everybody suffers from that, don't we?
Right. I
We
mean,
can't afford it. I mean, how the hell can we afford that kind of shit?
well, that's the thing. I was like, when I had the cancer surgery, and they're like, "Yeah, you have to have that cut out. We will need $1,000 up front." I'm like, not many people have $1,000 up front. I mean, what do you make them go get a loan? I guess, you know. Shoot, it's
I
ridiculous.
tell you what, the healthcare coverage in the states it's shitty. We all know that, but I'm glad to see that you got your skin cancer covered because what's his name just died of skin cancer.
Yeah, of one I'd never heard of, and I've thoroughly researched skin cancer, and never saw Merkel in all my research.
Is
Looking
that
on
what
the
kind of skin cancer he had was called?
He had Merkel, yeah. And I'd
Merkel?
never heard of it.
I've never heard of that either.
Yeah, I had squamous cell. So I had squamous cell. Then I had another one on my breast. So then I did the chemo cream. So after the surgery, then I found one on my breast. So I did chemo cream on the breast. Then I went in thinking I had another issue I wanted my doctor to take out. And he's like, there's something on your back I think I need to take a look at. The next thing I know, yeah, we need to excise that too. But that was an excision because it was an atypical mole. And then I went in and I was like, I've got all these little bumps coming up where I had the other squamous cell. He's like, you need to do chemo cream for that. So that's why I did this last round of chemo cream. But now I have another area on my back I need to look at. So I'm crossing my fingers.
Do you have a private insurance company or do you have Medicare?
Yeah, through the state because Chris works for the state.
Okay, so you got good insurance, and that's good.
Good, but still $4,500 deductible.
Well, look at this. What do you think of this right here? I mean,
get it looked at. Does it itch?
No, you can't see it on my camera. It's just cheap.
I saw it a little bit, but go have it looked at, man.
It's a discoloration for sure.
Yeah, go have it looked at because I think if you're concerned about
see,
something.
we're getting back in the insurance thing, with Medicare and private insurance companies. I mean,
yeah,
this country's just got to flat out do something about insurance.
mm-hmm. And the cost of medicine, because that's the thing. Even though I have coverage and I have insurance, when I paid for the chemo cream, that was $200.
Yeah,
$200, or I think it may have been $300. So yeah, I had pre-cancer too in my 20s on my breast, and they took a big chunk out of my breast then too. I
I
was
tell you what,
hypervigilant.
if you got money, you're going to get good health coverage. If you don't, you're going to get substandard health coverage.
Oh
That's
yeah.
just the way it is in this country.
Well, we were saying so Atlanta shut down a major hospital in town a year ago, and there are people to this day that still don't have doctors.
Yeah.
They still don't. Now, so I found out that I had a tumor on my adrenal gland, and I was looking for an endocrinologist because that's who deals with adrenal tumors. And it took 6 months. I live in a city, a major city, hospitals from Atlanta to Athens, you know? And I ended up going to a doctor in Athens because that was my earliest appointment to see an endocrinologist about a tumor on my adrenal gland. And
Isn't
when I
that
was
something?
researching in Google, right? I'm reading all the reviews on doctors. And people are saying, I got diagnosed with diabetes and I can't see a doctor for 6 months. Like over and over and over again, where people are suffering with diabetes and can't get a doctor.
And this is happening in America.
Yeah. Yeah. But we don't want socialized medicine. We have to. We have to be, and it's call it socialism or whatever.
Yeah,
It's
that's what it is.
but they're not socialist countries. They're
I would rather
democratic
wait
countries,
in line than die.
you know. But they're not. I don't consider the UK or the EU democratic or socialist countries. They're democratic countries. People vote. You know, people
We can
vote. They have
vote
a
these
say.
people out. You know, I mean, look at this dude from Kentucky. He sits up there and he doesn't know what to say. He freezes up. You know, I'm not going to say his name, but
I know, but that's
you
sad
know,
though. I mean, I chuckled,
it
but
is
that's really
sad.
sad.
But I mean,
It's
people
sad.
are voting him into office. I mean,
But
come
he
on.
has the best health
What
care you could have.
does that tell you? What kind of mentality these voters in Kentucky have against this? I mean, for this guy, why?
Now, I will say
I
that
just don't get it. You know,
their
these people.
governor,
People need to be educated, you know, regarding their votes, you know, when they vote for somebody.
yeah, but their
This guy
governor,
has been in office for one of the longest periods of time in history.
oh yeah, he's another Strom
You know
Thurmond.
who I'm talking about. I
Oh
know you
yeah,
do.
yeah, he's another Strom Thurmond.
He's
But
just north of you.
yeah, the governor of Kentucky is a Democrat. I'm going to say he's a very, very, very conservative Democrat. He could almost be like, who were those current ones that switched from the Democratic to the GOP? Yeah.
I don't know, but us voters, we have to unite and come together
Hmm.
and vote for people that
Hmm.
we know who can do what
Yeah.
needs to be done. But
This is a thing that I saw with my dad. My
Grassley
grandparents.
is another guy that needs to be voted out. He's been in office for over 40 years.
Mhm. Well, my
That's
grandparents.
in my home state of Iowa. You
Yeah.
know,
My grandparents didn't have to be cared for by their kids when they were older. My dad, when it came time for him to, all right, we'll see you, Addie. Thanks for stopping by.
Hi,
Um,
Addie.
but when my dad ended up in hospice, well, number one, the hospital didn't want to tell him he was dying. They took his Medicare money for 10 months in and out of the hospital every week, uh, long term, short term, every holiday. Um, for almost a year before they said, "Hey, we can't do anything for you. You got to go into hospice." But all the hospices were booked up with patients, and they're like, "Well, you're not working. You can take care of your dad." Now he
Yeah,
was married, but his wife, he didn't. His wife shouldn't have taken care of him because she tried to kill him one other time. I won't.
oh,
I
what?
won't talk
Hold
anymore
on,
about that. But
hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom on that killing thing. I'll be right back.
all right. So we'll wait for Hunter to come back. But does anyone else experience this though? I mean, like, I wonder, like, what's going to be in my future. Oops. Let me try and mute him somehow. How do I mute him? I might have to remove him. I had to remove him. I'll give him a link back. But has anyone else had to deal with, like, because I ended up having to take care of my dad, which I don't mind. Chris's dad, luckily, he worked for the government, the federal government. So he had great health care coverage and insurance and everything. So, I mean, we were able to, with his funds, that was a whole story. He had Alzheimer's. So we had to not only put him in a facility, for care, but we also had to pay for 24-hour private care. So he had double care. So needless to say, there was no inheritance there. Not that we ever expected it, but there was nothing left of his estate. It was pretty much all spent on his care, and well spent on his care. I'm glad the money was there to do that. But when I think of my demise, I don't even have kids. I mean, I have a daughter. She's adopted. So I've known her since she was I don't even know that she was in kindergarten. Her mom was my supervisor. And so I kind of I mean, she's always been a part of my life, but all right, Hunter's back. I gotta wait for him to get his earphones on. Hey, Hunter, I had to turn you off because your music. So you're back there. As soon as you get your earphones back on, then I'll put you on live again, if you can hear me. So anyway, so I really don't expect her to care for me in any way. I know she would step up if I needed her to. But I do have family. I do have family, but I hate to be a burden on them, So, but I'm not having any direct kids.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Yeah, I had to get rid of you too because you had the music playing.
Yeah, I turned it down. I'm sorry. It's Robin Trower.
That's okay. Hopefully I won't get
You guys
buzzed
like
for
this
it.
song? Robin Trower.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like it, but you hardly ever hear them anymore.
Remember that?
Unfortunately.
That tape. This tape was back in the 80s, late 70s. Come on, nobody.
Mhm.
I don't know who's in here.
Jennifer, Addie left. Mark Kropka, he may be here. We have like
Kropka's
6
in here.
people still
He
watching.
knows about it.
Yeah,
Hey,
I put
Mark.
it out on Twitter. So Mark follows me on Twitter. I don't follow a lot of people from YouTube on Twitter because that's where I spout my
I
BS.
have Twitter.
Well, I was using it to promote YouTube a bit, but now on Twitter they updated and they're like, you can't drive traffic away from us. So if you put a link on YouTube anymore, they're gonna start coming down on that.
How's your channel on YouTube doing?
1,700 followers. I mean, way more than here, but a lot of those are those Blue Wave buddies.
What's a Blue Wave buddy?
People that didn't vote for Trump.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't know you were political.
I can be. I believe in voting, and I believe in voting in every vote, in every election, from city on up. You have to vote for everything and everybody. Otherwise, you're just screwing yourself.
Well, it doesn't show in the food that you're cooking. The way it was. I love your food.
Why? Like, I can cook some fancy schmancy. What do you mean it should be vegetarian? I've been vegetarian, believe it or not. But when I was younger, like when I was 10 to about 15, 16, in fact, I was vegetarian when I first went to live with my dad. And he's like, eat the damn bacon. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to eat the bacon. Yeah, it was rough.
Everybody loves bacon.
It was rough. I know.
I was watching a video the other day on YouTube. It says how to make a bacon sandwich. And the first thing was he rolled up a bacon sandwich that was, the bread was not bread, it was bacon. It was a bacon sandwich. You can actually make a bacon sandwich with bacon.
Oh my gosh. Jennifer
That
said
was
she wants my
great.
crab cakes. Oh yeah. I've got some more of the crab in the fridge. I need to cook it up, but it's good till next year. I'm mad because Walmart lied to me. So, on the prices, did you hear about that?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about prices because
But I told Bimbo, because Bimbo, the last time I had crab cakes was when I was down there, and she and I split an order, and then we got side salads as our meal. We just split the crab cake appetizer. So then when she was here, we made them. But I was looking at the prices. I'm like, it's all on sale at Walmart right now. And then I looked at her local Walmart. Her local Walmart sells it at the same price my Walmart's telling me it's on sale for. So it's not really on sale. They're just listing it as a sale price. And I thought it was a bargain, so I bought it. It's false
yeah,
advertising,
I
actually.
mean,
So I'm really
my
irritated with
stores
that.
around town here are Hy-Vee and Aldi's. That's all we got to choose. Well, and Walmart. That's all we got to choose from.
Yeah,
So
so you
I'm
love the
always
farmers market. When I
and the farm. I love the farmers market because they're always more fresh.
Yeah,
And if you develop a rapport with these people,
mhm,
you can get a little cheaper price. But
yeah,
anyway, if you scan the prices on 3 or 4 different stores in your city, you get an idea about what costs what. And you know a
hmm,
good deal when you see one.
yeah.
And I don't know where I was going with this, but
Yeah, I mean,
I'm added up to Aldi's, Walmart, and Fairway.
hmm, hmm,
This is in the state of Iowa I'm talking about. But
right.
we got relatively good prices compared to Florida. Even
I
Florida's
don't know.
outrageous, I hear, and
Hmm,
the rest of the country I don't know about. But
hmm.
yeah, we live in a good fertile. We got good black dirt up here in Iowa,
Oh yeah,
but
oh
we don't
yeah.
have the temperatures that you have down there in Georgia. So
I know. We had the long season. I
yeah,
love it.
and
I
I
love it.
mentioned. Did you see my my comment in one of
Oh
your
yeah.
videos where I said you're gonna plan a second season?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You
Can you
remember
turn your
that?
music down just a tad?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I just
And
don't want
so
to get a
really,
copyright. Good
yeah.
night, Jennifer. I'm gonna hang out with Honor. I'm having fun. So, and we still have some viewers. I don't
That's
care if I
why I
have views or
mentioned in
not.
your last. I made a comment about a second season. Uh,
Oh
crop.
yeah. Yeah.
And you wrote back and you said, "Yeah, I've tried doing that, but I love experimenting." And that's what
Yeah.
I love about you. You love experimenting. And
Yeah. I'm not going to come off as an expert. You can never predict the weather, the temperatures, even the soil I got this year. For some reason, it's composted in organic soil. It's high quality. I've used them before, but this year, whatever mix they're doing, it's still organic, but it's baking. And I'm having to go out there and till that like I did the other day. I never have had to do that in the past. And we've had a very temperate, like we didn't even hit the 90s till August and September. now going into September, we'll have some 90s, but even the other day it was only 81 on Saturday in North Georgia. That's crazy. So, and I was thinking back on coming back from uh, Florida in June last year. We hit Perry, Georgia. It was 103 degrees. We didn't have that this year. It just hasn't been that hot. And y'all have been baking in the north, and they're getting pounded by weather in the west, and you know, we've been had a mild winter or summer. And we're gonna have a mild winter, they say.
Well, you have that
So,
one bed that's almost empty, except for the carrots, I believe. And
yeah, that's where I'm
you
probably
could,
gonna try the
what are you going to
some
try planting in there for a second season?
kale, some Napa cabbage. I have some. I think I may still have some butter lettuce, which I love butter lettuce, but I don't like paying $5 for a little, quarter pound of lettuce. So if I can grow some, all the better. But the other thing I've thought about, have you seen the grow towers?
No.
Now they sell them on Amazon, and they're kind of like uh,
I don't even know what a grow tower is.
or it's called Green Tower or something. Let me see if I can pick it up on here. Um, but I'm thinking they're kind of costly. You can get cheap versions of them on Amazon, but I hear what the difference is that the way the more expensive one is made, you put water in the top and it trickles down to all the other layers and evenly distributes the water in them on the expensive one. But I'm hearing like if you get the other ones, you have to water each individual like pocket or something that it waters unevenly. And it's also on a rollers, so you can roll it around, give it more shade, give it more sun. Uh, let's see, grow.
So a grow tower is
Let me
different
show.
levels of
Yeah, it's
moisture.
almost like a strawberry pot, but much bigger. Here you go. Let's see if it'll show up. See that white one?
God, I can barely see my laptop screen.
See this one here? Eh. But anyway, so this is the cheap one, but the more expensive one's the same design, but it waters evenly. So it's almost kind of like a hydroponic type system. But so because I'd like to grow more lettuce and my herb garden is a mess. Like a lot of stuff took over. I expected the mint to take over my herb garden, but I think the moles have eaten a lot of stuff in there. They uh, killed my rosemary. It's my oregano that's gone wild, and my mint is dying out. My lavender's still doing good. So I don't know. I need to do something. I have a bunch of leftover cedar that I should try to come up with some kind of box to plant the herbs in with all my leftover cedar lumber. They're 2x4s. So, but I have a lot of them. So I told Chris, I said, don't throw that wood out. It's cedar, it's expensive. So I don't know. But I also need to build another raised bed box and show everybody how I build those. So they're pretty
I think
easy.
everybody would love to see that.
Yeah, especially a woman building them. Yeah.
Anything you do, you're very interesting to watch. I like you.
I have a
You
lot
really
of
are.
I have a lot of weird world experiences, I guess. Not
No,
world,
you just
US.
real about what you do. You say, "Here, this is what I'm going to do," and you put a camera on it and you do it.
Yeah, but I'm not a perfectionist either. So I laugh at I can laugh at myself, right? I
yes,
mean,
you
I guess
can. You do. You do that all the time. I like it.
so. I try to like. I try to be. I'm human. Like I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. I screw
And
up
that's what's great about you. You're just
recipes.
raw. You're original. I like it.
No, thanks. I
You
appreciate it.
don't have a post production crew that does all your editing for you, do you?
No, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Do you know what I film and edit on? My
Yeah,
phone.
I know it.
I like.
That's why it's so real.
Yeah.
I love
Oh,
it.
so getting back to who else does that is how I met Pansy. So my first community was this. It's everybody hates this one YouTube creator. She's pretty vile, but they go in again, they go into her looks and what she eats and what she drinks, and oh, she picked her nose, or oh, she has a book. Like, we're human. We all have boogers hanging out of our nose every now. If you haven't had a booger hanging out of your nose and been embarrassed, well, you're lucky. I think we've all been there, right?
If I didn't
Um,
have a Kleenex every time I went to the bathroom in the morning, I'd be stuck blowing this way and this way.
I mean, oh, and getting aging, there you go. That's a whole nother level of humiliation, right? So, but anyway, it's just like, but I met, and I'm still friends with the girl that put me on her live for the very first time. And actually, we talked about racism since it was a pretty heavy subject at the time. Uh, and,
I don't
she's,
like talking about that.
well, she's black and I'm white. So, and I have a varied background. So, uh,
I'm the kind of guy that just takes everybody on an individual basis.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are good people, there are bad people. Like, color has nothing to do with it. But I have some interesting stories when it comes to race relations. You would not believe. So, I live in Georgia. Let's just say that. I can also say maybe that my dad married a black woman and we were the first biracial family to move to a certain area of Georgia
You're
in the eight.
black?
No, my dad married a black woman, like after my mother. So my stepmother was black. We moved up here for her to go to college to get her master's degree because the university up here, we were in Florida, but the university up here was the only one that offered the classes in that she was interested in delving into more
Well, I
to
think we're
include
going into
into
an
her
area that
master's
I'm not
degree.
really comfortable with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but so we moved up here in the 80s, and yeah, we were the first biracial family to move up here. And I had a little brother from her, my stepbrother, and so I cared for him a lot. So, but anyway, within a few weeks of us moving to this small little Georgia town, guess who came to march on the square?
Jenny,
The Klan came. The welcome wagon came to visit. So yeah, that was my kind of breaking into Georgia. Oof, it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. Not to mention all the other crap we dealt with in that town. So, which is amazing because it is you know, I don't know. But I go back there now and I kind of laugh. I'm like, oh, we were the trendsetters. Because it seems like everybody is in a mixed relationship, or you can tell the kids are mixed race, right? So if it wasn't the parents, it was the grandkids or the kids of those parents that used to bash me that now have mixed race grandkids. So I kind of relish in that. So I don't know. Is Mark leaving us? Good night, Mark. So anyway, yeah, I've had a really kind of gives me a different perspective on life though. you know. So,
I'm going to roll on out of here, and I'll leave my
oh,
note on tomatoes. I love tomatoes.
yeah, I wish I just, so somebody said, um, like, what do you do to grow good tomatoes? And they're like, well, which year are you talking about? Right? Because tomato, you can do the same thing. You think you have the formula down on tomatoes, right? And you plant them and you do exactly what you did last year and you take note of it and you put those tomatoes in and you do the same thing, you'll get a whole nother result, you know? And I swear it doesn't matter if the weather's the same type of pattern. The tomatoes are just unpredictable and you never know what you're going to get.
I know it's like I buy tomatoes at the Fairway store, the Hy-Vee store, and I'll plant them. I get all different sorts of tomatoes. I just pick them, and I love tomatoes.
Hmm. Well, for years, the only thing I grew were peppers and tomatoes, and then I started dabbling in fruit trees. I got the blueberry, and I got my first Fuyu persimmon tree. And
Blueberries.
yeah, I have 8 blueberries now. 8 blueberry bushes, man. They're getting big. I can't wait. But I share, like, you should see the crows every day. They're on my figs. They're getting as many as we are. I told my husband, I'm like, we just need to.
Those figs you got going on are going to be good. Those are
Oh,
good.
yeah, but the
I can't believe
crows.
your fig trees. You got
So
great fig trees.
we have a murder of 5 crows that I know are around here all the time, but I know they have babies and the babies kind of migrate off from around this immediate area. But the parents and the juveniles are always here until they move off when they get their next brood, right? And so once that, but the other day, so we have the 5, and there's even been a kid that has bicycled too close to the front of my house, and the crows went after him, chasing him down the street. Like, and if we go on these long vacations, we come home and the crows sit up in the tree and, you know, complain. Like they're like really nosy. They're like looking in the windows, hanging out the trees, like where have they been? And we don't feed them or anything. We just have the fruit trees that we put in. So it's
We
kind of
had
funny.
we
But
had
now they're like
crows.
10 the other day were on the fruit trees. I've never seen that many crows over here.
We had crows downtown, and there got to be so many of them that the city council said, "Okay, we've had enough of these crows."
Oh, really?
And I can't remember what they did, if they shot them or if they took their nest down or if they cut the trees or what it was. But
Hmm.
yeah, crows can be a big problem sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't mind. So I heard this philosophy someone shared, and I think it's a Jewish philosophy, but I heard it from a kind of a, I'm going to guess Baptist, Southern Baptist
Well,
raised
let's
farmer.
hope it wasn't from a Klansman.
No, no, but you never know. You never know.
I
You
love
never,
you, Jen.
you never know what's beneath the sheets,
I love you, Jen.
whether it be in bed or elsewhere.
We on the same page.
So, but anyway, yeah, he said no. He said their philosophy was you plant a fruit tree on the corner of your lot always, and that way, if somebody was hungry and they needed food, there was food accessible for them. And so it was like a third for others, a third for myself, and a third for nature. And that was just, I guess, kind of in the planning of, I don't know if that's in the Talmud, the Torah. I don't know where that came from, but I thought that was just a really good philosophy. You share and you have some for yourself, and sharing's always great. You know, Everybody loves free produce. Um,
You
but
know what? You know what it reminds me of is
hmm,
the 1930s. when the depression hit and
Mhm.
everybody was helping everybody.
Mhm.
That's what this country needs to come back to.
Mhm.
We need to help our neighbors.
Yeah.
We need to be kind to one another.
Oh yeah.
And if there's somebody that's got a car that leaks
Right.
oil, we don't have to call the city council and say, is there something wrong with somebody leaking oil? Is there an ordinance about that? We
Mhm.
need to go over to our neighbor and say, hey,
Mhm.
do you need an oil pan to put underneath that car to, take the oil off the street so you can get your
Mhm.
car fixed?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely. Hey Faye, absolutely I agree with
You
you.
know what I mean?
Yeah, I had a coworker who
We
was
don't need to be
pregnant.
knocking our neighbors off going, hey,
Yeah.
they're doing this. They got too many cars in their yard.
Mhm.
Is there an ordinance against this? We need to go over and help one another,
Yeah.
not fight
Yeah.
with one another.
Yeah, I had a coworker who was pregnant, but she lived in an HOA. So she had her baby and it did not do well. They had to life flight it down into the inner city from her home, which was a good 20, 30 miles away. And so here she is in the NICU, her and her husband, hoping her baby lives. And she's getting an HOA notification that her lawn is too long. I'm like, can you just mow it for her instead of sending her a letter and harassing her? And these were like postage stamp lawns. Like her front yard was nothing. They could have just mowed the front yard in the time it took to do the letter. It was amazing to me. And I felt, and she was crying about it. And this is awful. Like, how can this be happening? You
It's
know,
happening.
it's happening. It is happening. Although I can't get out of my
I
driveway
mean,
half the time.
all we got to do is go to our local Facebook pages for the local city that we live in, and we see all these people that say, you can tell the difference between the people that say, hey, is there an ordinance against this guy having too many cars in his yard? Or how can I help this guy that,
Hmm.
is making the
Hmm.
neighborhood look a little bit underestimated?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
we
again, it
all,
goes to who
with the
you,
invention of social media and all this,
yeah,
we can all sit behind our keyboards and
right.
go like this, and say, hey, that ain't right. This is right. This is the way I think.
But unless you're
But
going up
at
to
the
the
end of
city,
the day,
right,
it's all about taking care of one another, and we are
right,
all people.
right. But here again, it goes about voting. Like you have to vote. Like whoever her HOA was, I would have just gone to a meeting and say, look, I don't understand why you sent me this letter. I was pregnant. My neighbor knew I was pregnant. I would have just voiced it and said, maybe there's a better way for the HOA to go about dealing with issues like this. Like, how about making a phone call to the homeowner and saying, hey, is everything okay?
People
Before you
don't do
send the
that
letter.
nowadays. That's the thing with social media. Everybody wants to
Yeah.
become, hey,
Hmm.
this is the way to. Whatever happened to people going over to their next door neighbor and saying, hey, how you doing and what's up? And
Hmm.
I kind of noticed this was going on. Maybe I can help you out with that.
Yeah. Hey, Faye,
Now,
good to see you.
now it's like, oh, we gotta go right into the city council and say, hey, and then that puts the city council in a bind. What are they going to do? They're going to have to think about the greater of the people. So they're
Hmm.
going to have to make up laws about that. That's where all
Hmm.
these stupid laws come up from.
So,
When people could just take care of it themselves on a singular basis.
but I do think there is a need for laws, though. I think laws are needed because people will railroad and do whatever they want to do just to do it because they know it pisses you off.
Okay, now I got to go take a pee on this one because I'm going to think about what you got to
That's,
say about this.
yeah, think about it. Think about it. So, I mean, What do y'all think in the chat? I mean, I think laws are important because you can't trust everyone to be nice and do the right thing, you know? So I had, maybe I should wait till Hunter gets back, but he's pretty fast. Um, I had this issue where all of a sudden we have a new garbage pickup service, and all of a sudden and I live in a narrow street, so if someone parks behind my driveway, I can't even get out of my driveway without going all the way across the street, knocking on the door and asking the people to move their car, and then driving all the way up to I have a long driveway. Drive all the way up to my house, and then, you know, do whatever I need to do. And if there's ever an emergency situation, you know, I get concerned about that. Um, so, but besides that, so what I noticed, and we also have a school up the street. So I talked to the city because this new garbage company, they're picking up the garbage cans and they're leaving them in the street on both sides of the road. So now what's barely a 2-lane road, barely a 2-lane road, now becomes a single lane. And again, if there's an emergency situation, you know, and there are cars and buses and schools out, it's going to be, you know, every second counts, right? That's what we're always told. So I had contacted the city. I took pictures and I contacted the city and I said, hey, can you talk to the new garbage people? Because this didn't happen before and it's happening now. Now, you know, and they're like, yeah, we'll talk to them. So then they were good for 1 week. And then the next week they were back at it again. And so I contacted City Hall with photos again. And they're saying, well, your neighbors shouldn't put them out in front in the street. They're putting them back where they found them. And I'm like, we complained about, and I sent him a picture of my garbage can in the street that I took from my house, like all the way down into the street, the garbage can in the road. And the guy goes, well, they're putting them back where they got them. If people would put garbage cans not put them in the street, then they wouldn't put them back there. And I'm like, that's my garbage can. And he's like, well, don't put it in the street. And I'm like, why would I do that? Because I have a problem with them being in. I mean, you're dealing with idiots sometimes. Like, I don't know this guy's background other than he worked Parks and Recreations. I don't know. Was there a character in that show that was just a total idiot? I mean, maybe I should refer to him as that name. If you know it and you ever watched the show and who was the stupidest person there, let me know. Because that's who I'm dealing with. I know, right, Faye? It's like, why would I put my own garbage cans in the street and then complain about them? Like, stupid. But I do worry because we have a lot of seniors on this street, and a lot of the homes here are like 7, 8 bedrooms across from me. And so you have multi-generational households there. And directly across from me, there are 2 mother-in-laws, the family, and the grandkids all live in the same house. So, Hunter, I was talking about dealing with the city over my garbage cans.
Oh, what's the problem with the garbage cans?
Well, I was saying my street is narrow, and so all of a sudden they have a new refuse company, and they're putting the garbage cans in the street when they empty them on both sides of the road. And it's very narrow, so it makes barely a 2-lane road become a 1-lane. And so
I can dump the garbage when people are parking on the streets.
We don't have street parking, but sometimes they do. But yeah, they block me I'm blocked because I have a big culvert. Not everybody has a big culvert. But I also have 2 acres, and not everybody has 2 acres here. So
You have a wonderful backyard. You have a nice backyard.
we're so fortunate because, yeah, we're very fortunate. But yeah, so I'm like, for safety purposes, we also have a school, so there are buses. So when you put garbage can on both sides, you're making it a one way, and you have buses going. And if you have emergency, everybody's stuck,
So what are
right?
you saying? Sometimes your garbage doesn't get dumped?
No, I took pictures and I sent it up to the city, and they're like, we'll talk to them. So then the next time they put them back out on the street, and he said, well, quit putting your garbage can back in the street. I'm like, why would I do that when I'm complaining about it?
Yeah.
Like, we didn't put our garbage in the street. We don't do that. It's them putting it in the street.
Yeah.
So it's frustrating. So what I need to do is go down the street, like when garbage comes out on Wednesday night, videotape it, and then go back through when the garbage comes through, videotape it and send it to him. And then he'll probably still tell me that's not true.
What does the city have? Some kind of ordinance where you have to have it on one side of the curb or the other, or what?
They have no ordinance.
So you're
It's the garbage company that's putting them in the street because they're these one-man garbage trucks. They don't get out of the truck. There's no other person but the driver, and it has the mechanical arms, and
yeah.
they break their own garbage cans and then want to charge you for a new garbage can. In fact, it got so bad. So I was saying we have 7 and 8 bedroom houses across the street from us in multi generations, right? And so we used to have 2 garbage cans. Um, but when they went with the new county 2, they went down to only 1 garbage can. If you want another garbage can, you have to pay $140 a year for it. And
You
I'm
gotta
like,
pay extra, yeah.
you approved 7 and 8 bedroom houses. They're not a 1 garbage can family. That's on you. You need to provide. See, because we don't have choice in garbage. We have to, like, they're like, oh, you get free garbage. I'm like, it's not free. It's paid for out of taxpayers' pockets. It is not. Quit telling me it's free.
I live in a 12-plex apartment, but it's in a residential neighborhood, and I got people all around me that have they own their own houses, and they're constantly bringing their garbage over to our bin.
And that's the point I made. I said, when you do that, the incentive then is for people to throw their garbage in the commercial garbage cans, and then they don't have room for their garbage. So then you end up with rats. Are you freaking kidding me?
It hasn't gotten to that bad a point yet where the neighbors have, overflowed our garbage cans. But in our neighborhood here, if you're only allowed 1 garbage thing, and if you
Hmm.
got something more than that, then you got to buy a tag for $1.50 to put that on there, on around the neck of the garbage can for the extra garbage. So it
The,
costs you an extra $1.50 for an extra bag of garbage.
oh,
They
I can
don't,
pay
they don't
that.
want to do it around here. They just bring it over to ours. And I'm like sitting there looking at them going, okay.
Yeah,
But I
but
ain't, when the problem comes to a point where I can't go put my garbage into the garbage bin that our 12-plex pays for,
hmm
then, maybe I'm going to say something. But,
yeah.
if they want to
But
dump
that,
their garbage, that's cool with me.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why you need laws, because there are people that will skirt some rules to benefit themselves.
They're always going to skirt the
But in
rules.
this
I mean,
case,
here
it's
in
the
town,
government themselves. Now, this is the thing about Georgia too. You talk about restricting voting rights, and people will say nobody's restricting voting rights. Look, when you can't have food and water brought to you in a line. Now, last time I voted early, and well, last time I planned to go to the polls to vote. I I went to vote, and this is county fairgrounds, right? They're huge. You have livestock. They're huge. It's a huge place, right? I was all the way to the fence of the back of the fairgrounds to get to be able to vote. And so they take the laws away that you can't bring food or water. If you're a diabetic and you're waiting 2 hours in a line, in the sun in Georgia, and you have no liquid, no food, you could be in trouble, right? But this other thing is where I am, I have to stand in 2 lines to vote because I have to go to one place to vote for city and I'm sorry, one place to vote for county and state and federal, and then I have to go to another place to vote for city.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Who has that kind of time? That is the most ridiculous thing ever. And, I'm seeing other cities that are saying it cost us more to do that. So why is my city doing this? I know why they're doing it, because the same family's been in charge for so many years. That's why. They don't want to give up the good old boy network.
Well, that's like Noodles up in Jersey. He belonged to a garbage disposal firm, and they got the same problems up there, whether it be unionized or not. Jersey's got a lot of trash. And if you're a trash man that hauls trash away in Jersey,
Mm-hmm.
you either run in a straight line or you're crooked.
Yeah, but Jersey was.
Have you heard of Noodles?
Yeah, I've heard of Noodles. I've heard of Noodles.
David Boldo.
Yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that. Who knows who is what on this whole United YouTube shit?
Because I've heard both names, but I didn't know that they were
over there in the YouTube comment section. They can change their names and pretend like they're somebody else. You never know what the hell's going on here.
That's too much work for me.
I cam up and you cam up. That's credibility right there.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if I'm Snake Farm or whatever my real name is.
He's Hunter, by the way, y'all.
At least I'm still camming up. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But there's people out there that
right.
just can't believe.
Oh, because they like to play games. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Life is too short and precious for me. I don't have time for all that. I really don't. So, but that's why I got around for that channel. But
you had so much time for me. I'm really honored about that.
Oh, now I've been wanting to do lives. So if all you in the chat don't know who this is, Snake Farm is Honor. The famous Honor. He is finally cammed up on my channel. But no, it's but I got to Bimbo. I got to know her because I hung out in Rosie O'Kelly's.
Yeah.
And I don't know how
I knew Bimbo back when she was Valkyrie and everything else.
Yeah. Mom knew her when she was back when she was Pansy. She was Pansy, then Valkyrie.
What'd you think about Bimbo or
Rosie transitioning?
Well, she took her tits off.
Yeah, she also cut her hair last night's stream. Her hair is
I didn't see last night's stream.
And no makeup. So she's transferred all to male now.
Okay.
So I feel weird calling her Rosie now because she's detransitioned.
I used to know her when she was a man. Then she's a woman. Now she's back to a man.
See, I didn't know her when she was a man, only when she's been a woman. And then now back to a man. So, but whatever makes her happy. I know she's doing a lot of work with the Catholic Church.
Either. I really
don't. Although I'm not Catholic, I'm not religious in any way.
The way I look at things is, what you see on screen or what you see in real life.
Yeah.
You got to take each person as their own character.
We're all complex.
And judge for yourself.
Yeah, we're all very complex. Yeah. I mean, you can't say I'm this or I'm that, and that pigeonholes you to one thing.
people
We're all
change.
complex. Yeah.
Yeah, people change.
Like Bimbo and I disagree on a lot of things, but we're still friends.
Yeah.
And when we're together off air, we'll disagree on things or we'll talk about things, but we will not talk about them on
Well, you guys are great
YouTube.
on air.
You know.
That's why I love watching you guys.
But I think
Especially
too,
when you go out to restaurants and order something to eat.
we have a great time together. And I tell you, like
Well, you guys
Bim,
are lucky. You live close enough to one another where you can do that.
close enough, but I feel like twice a year isn't even enough. Oh, if we'd lived next to each other, oh my gosh, we'd have a lot of fun. We'd probably also get sick of each other too and end up fighting and ending the relationship. But I don't know. But I'm very easygoing, and you can hurt me, hurt my feelings. And once I say what I have to say, I'm over it. I'm done. And I had situations where I worked with a corporation, and my boss at the time, he started it. Had a lot of bosses that left, and I ended up tagging along with them. He's like, "Will you come to this new company with me?" I'm like, "Sure." And I didn't know this other girl that I'd had problems with socially was coming to that company. But we went there and I got hired on, I just met with her right away. And I was like, "Look, I don't hold anything against you. Like, we work together here and we're going to have to work together closely. So if you want to start anew, like I'm down with that." Like, I never said anything mean to her, but I knew she was influenced by another person that was saying a lot of things about me because, like, I was a woman in tech, but other women in tech had kids, so they had busy lives, and here I was able to travel and go to different jobs for the company, and they weren't able to because they had young kids they had to take care of, and that caused some jealousy, and I understand it, but I wanted to just say, "Hey, look, let's start new, let's start fresh, and we ended up having a great relationship."
Everybody is at different points of their lives
Mhm.
on social media and even in real life, and you got to take that into account
Mhm.
that, hey, you don't know what's going on behind somebody else's lives.
Mhm.
You just have to kind of take it, and
Mhm.
take what you hear from what you're hearing from that person and go, okay, this is the way it is. And then you make your decisions based upon what you hear.
Mhm. I
And
have friends I've had for like let me see, 50, 40 years plus, but they're going through some things now. They're going through some health things, they're going through some mental health things, and I'm there
yeah,
for them, but
exactly.
I mean, I'm always here for them.
Yeah. And,
Um,
I'm retired, so I got all the time in the world.
mhm,
So I'm just a observation of what everybody is telling me. I could just
mhm,
hang out in my place and be
mhm.
cool all by myself.
Yeah,
But I like to go out and I like to intermingle with people, and
yeah,
you know, even by myself, I'll just take a cab and go out and listen to a live band here in town.
right.
Just to hang out.
Yeah. I'm not very
I'm not
social
scared to do
until.
that. I just, life is all what you make of it.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, Chris and
That's
I have
why I
never.
think you and I would get along so well,
Oh yeah.
and Chris too, because he's
Yeah.
got those long arms.
Yeah. But Chris and I have never been barflies. Like, so when I met Chris, I was living with four guys. Number one, that's what impressed me with Chris is he would date a girl that's living with four guys. And he never asked me, which one did you sleep with? I was like,
Well, that's not his place. He knows that.
this guy is the coolest guy. Like,
Chris is a smart guy. I like him. He's laid
right?
back. He's cool.
He's the
And you
easiest
can tell that
going.
on camera, when you put him on camera.
Yeah, I think he was born
And
with
you
a
know what?
volume
And
main
when you
line.
when you say to him, you're like, I'm kind of a YouTube gal. Can I put you on cam? He's like, yeah, I'm cool with that. And he's cool with it. It
Well,
really is.
that was Bimbo. Like she wanted to do Rush, and I'm like, my husband's the biggest Rush fan ever. She's like, well, have him come on. And I was like, do you want to do it? He's like, sure. And then he's like stuck with it all this time. And that shocked me actually.
I like
So,
Chris.
but I'm
You got a
glad.
good man there.
I do. I'm lucky. 25 years lucky. Knock on plastic or wood or whatever I got here. Because he's amazing. So
Yeah, I like Chris.
um but no, I mean we've never been barflies. So we're kind of it's so funny. I'm an extrovert. I love people. Before COVID, I started a woman's business meetup, and it was specifically for women who worked out of the home because I wanted to do more with YouTube, but I was going to come from it at it from a senior citizen standpoint and what kind of resources, what can you do, how can these people like help you? I wanted to meet with like bankers or stock people who had knowledge of stock and investments or insurance and what was both. I kind of wanted to help senior citizens in their later life because I'm fortunate that I married someone I married someone who had good financial responsibilities that I never had. I was like YOLO, spend it all, you know. But yeah, I had a little bit of savings, I think. Maybe not. But I had somebody that was very responsible, and so he put me on a good path to save, and thank goodness for that. So I, I, I mean, we live very frugally, very, very frugally, and there's a reason for that, and that's I don't work. So, um, but I know that there a lot of people, and I had a friend that I worked with, and she was a vendor to me. I bought millions of dollars of product from her, and we became kind of close. I couldn't get too close to her at the time because of ethics, me being a buyer of her product, but we're very close now. But back then, I said something about my 401k, and she said, I have no retirement. I'm like, I think then we were in our, I may have been in my 40s then. We're both about the same age. And I said, you have nothing? And she's like, no, I have nothing. But here she was buying I thought she was doing well because she was buying like a new car every 2 years because she loved that new car smell. And they had a house that they built and designed and had built and had all this high end features. And then they bought an RV. And I'm thinking they're just rolling in money and she's saving. I was just floored. I was like, have you ever heard of Dave Ramsey? And she's like, who? I'm like, Dave Ramsey, you need to check him out. And I don't know if she listened to him, but she ended up getting a 401k. But get this. So we were both women in tech. It got to where I kind of left at a good time, but she kind of got pushed out of tech because of aging, because she was in sales. And, old lady salespeople aren't customers' favorites. Like the one of my other vendors loved me and I loved him because I got to go to concerts for free. And he was like, most of my other clients are all old tech men. Like now I have you. So like he's like, you want to go to this concert, you want to go to that concert. And it was always in their private booth at the stadium. So I got to see have the best food, the best drinks, and see the best concerts through that. But she got edged out. So she took that money and at 50 years old ended up going and getting a degree in cybersecurity. I'm like, I couldn't imagine one having to change careers in my 50s and then I mean, because I know my memory isn't what it used to be. Like, I'm good with numbers and memorizing numbers, but I'm not great with the written word and trying to study. I know that now. So I don't know at 50 how she did that, but she did. And she's working cybersecurity now. So it's good to have a friend in cybersecurity. But it's, it's amazing to me that she took that money, though, that she had saved to have to pay for that. But thank goodness she had it, you know, if she hadn't had any savings. So she thanks me like, thank you. I never would have been able to change careers. I don't know what I would have done. And now her husband has pancreatic cancer and he's a business owner. So he's unable to work at all. So it's really sad what's going on. So, and I don't know how she's like, I don't know how I'm going to do it financially. I'm like, $5 per provider a month is all you have to pay. That'll keep your credit good and keep them off your back. So that's how you do it, you know?
Well, I tell you, I love YouTube, and I don't know if it's fake or if it's real. I think it's real, but
No, I think it's real. I cherish my relationships, like knowing Faye and knowing Rita and Mark and you and, you know, Jennifer, Addie. Like, it's hard to meet these kind of characters in real life.
yeah, you know, it's great. You know, you put out what you get back, and you put out good vibes, Jen, and you're always going to get good vibes back. You know,
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And
I
that's
just
why
hope
I
I can
hated,
be.
like, when Bimbo canceled her channel that time. I was just so, that's her personality, though. That's her personality. And I just felt terrible for her. And it was so unfair because she really is doing something that I enjoy. A lot of people enjoy it. You know, 160 or 130 people every week enjoy it, you know, her videos.
That
So,
music program that she puts on is just absolutely wonderful. I love being a part of that. And
right,
all I do is up in her chat is
right,
copy and paste. That's all I do. I
right.
just go
But,
to Google and I say, you know, this, I say that
mhm,
about the content, and I
yeah.
just copy and paste. It's not like I know that shit. It's just
Oh, same with
I want to
me.
fill in the I want to fill in the audience with what I'm reading, and
Yeah,
that way,
yeah,
you know,
yeah. The
everybody
same
can
with me.
see it.
A-
You know,
And I don't know a lot about a lot of these bands. I mean, I know the music. I've listened to them. Like I said, I was
yeah,
the other night. I told her I was in Mark's the other night. I said I was surprised I already knew like 7 or 8 Alice Cooper songs. I didn't realize I knew so many. But I don't know much about the history of the band. I mean, she knows the players, who played on what band and what band they went to next. And I
that's
just
what's
like,
so great about that program. It's because you
mhm.
can learn as you go along with it. You
Yeah.
know,
Like I said,
and
it's harder for me to like know like this is learning light for me. Like I can't go back to college and get another degree, start a whole new another career. I am not there. But this I enjoy because I love learning and I'll never stop liking learning. And I like being challenged in that way. Um and so this is a good outlet for that. So I do
exactly.
enjoy it, you know. But I also told Bimbo, like, I'm great when it comes to classic rock. I could probably get into some classical music and blues and stuff like that. You would be great if she wanted. Why don't you do a blues
I just
show,
love all
Honor?
music. You know, that's why I like a program because
But why
I
don't you do
fit.
blues? Nobody's doing blues and R&B and blues and that
Somebody
type
could
of
play
thing.
an harmonica, and I would travel 5 miles to go see it and pay $5 just to hear somebody play harmonica. I
Oh
love it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, but you know blues. That's your genre. Why don't you? And there's a lot of blues to cover. Why don't you do a blues show? That should be your niche, you know? I would watch it because
There's
I
a
was
great guy in town. His name is Craig Erickson. Check him out if he got a chance. But he's
Craig
a local.
Erickson.
Craig Erickson.
You know, you
Very
would
fun.
think Atlanta would be hot for blues and jazz and all that stuff. Not so much. It's really sad. We do have a blues club kind of thing, and we have it's not NPR, but it's a community radio station. And in the community, it's not college related either. But in that community radio station, they do blues in the morning. And I like the format because Monday they do kind of more local blues artists. You know, a lot of them have died. Donnie, who was it? Bear Sauls. He played with Eric Quincy Tate. Uh, Bear Sauls and Sean Costello, who died awfully young. Uh, Mudcat is another blues artist. Donnie McConnell. Like they'll go over those on Monday. Tuesday's more international or more national, I'd say blues. Wednesday is some guy. I want to say that's the week that the day they have UK Bob is his name. Born and raised in the UK, and I think he worked in the music industry because he knows like people from the Rolling Stones and people from the Who and all these old. And he's like, oh yeah, when I interviewed this guy, and but he pulls out some really good new music that's really good sometimes. And then Thursday, I forget what they do Thursday. It may be a mix, and then Friday, it's it's a guy that plays songs like I'm gonna snatch your weave off. I'm gonna snatch your weave off. I'm gonna snatch your weave off. If you don't leave my man alone, you know, or they'll play it's Friday. Where's my money? It's Friday. So more of an R&B type vibe. Um, but yeah, it's pretty funny. So I'll listen to that every now and then. But now that I'm not working, I don't listen to it. And then on weekends, they do a, you never know. Weekends is like
Hold on now.
salsa and
You're not
Indian.
working anymore?
Pardon?
You're not working anymore?
I haven't worked in probably 12 years.
Oh.
Yeah, I quit. Well, through my company. Let me just say, I've just been very
Well, you don't
fortunate.
have to. You don't have to say anything about that. I was just like,
Well,
at least you have the opportunity to listen to these DJs play their programming every week in different
yeah,
genres,
yeah.
different
But back
titles.
then, but now that I don't work, I'm not in the car. I don't listen to the radio. I kind of get up at the crack of noon and piddle around and do my YouTube thing and make Chris dinner and do stuff around the house.
Well, you're doing more work than
Excuse
me.
me. Hey, but let me tell you, I'm working on that. Bimbo tell you we just got a Rumba. I love that thing. Because so this is what happened. I got a Fitbit. I was on this health kick a couple years ago and got a Fitbit, and my wrist started hurting really bad. So I go to the ortho and he's like, "Oh, you have bone chips there." So the strap is getting into your bone chips. And so, in pushing them into your tendon, that's why you're sore. So I had to wear a brace, and then I couldn't vacuum very well. With my right, I could use my left, but dang, then I'd start having side cramps and pain over here. So I'm getting old, right? So then Chris was doing, I felt bad, Chris having to vacuum the house, right? So, but I've just had wrist problems every time I vacuum now. It really hurts. Even like if I do two bathrooms, clean two bathrooms, my wrist will hurt for a whole day. You
I
know,
gotta go to the bathroom.
again. So anyway, I got a Roomba, and that settles that. Chris doesn't have to vacuum on the weekends, poor guy, and I don't have to feel guilty. So sometimes paying a little bit of money for something is very helpful for many reasons. So does anyone else have a Rumba? I kind of feel guilty about it though. I mean, why? Is it woman guilt? I don't work, I stay at home. Should I feel guilty? Should I be guilty? I don't know. I'm like shocked that there's still so much female bashing going on. Sometimes I think we're going backwards. Sometimes I hate Twitter. I got on Twitter and people were bashing a woman who called herself a priest. You're not a priest. Women aren't allowed to be preachers. Blah, 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 blah. Women need to stay at home and obey their husband and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I just can't. Aren't we in 2023? Sometimes I feel like we're reverting backwards. Anyone else? Like, I don't know. But anyway, my Rumba is going to be my right hand man. So, since my right hand can't work to vacuum. So, I wish Bimbo would come on. It's been a while. She really, really, really must be napping today. Let me see. Oh. She responded earlier. Did she not come on? She was on Twitter. Maybe she didn't realize I'm on. So is anybody doing any cookouts today, or did you go to any parties or do anything fun this weekend? I did a lot of my cooking Friday, so I did not have to cook too much. In fact, tonight I'm not cooking at all. We're eating one thing. Chris is taking something else for lunch. And so that's what we're doing. I got hungry dealing with tech support, so I ate some baked potato chips. So yeah, Hunter.
Hey, I'm back.
So yeah, so I was saying, should I feel guilty because I'm not doing my womanly work?
No.
I was saying on Twitter, I went on Twitter the other day and somebody was bashing a priest, saying she was a female, she couldn't be a priest. And she needed to be obeying her man and la la la.
It's kind of funny what we all hear nowadays. Just gotta kind of take it like the way you believe it. That's the way you gotta take it.
But you know what shocked me? It was a young guy. I was really shocked.
Sometimes younger people are like words of wisdom, but then other times they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean?
So what did you? How did you feel about being called a boomer? What do you think of that whole?
A
Like
boomer.
when they did the boomer bashing.
What? What is that? Boomer? I don't. What do you mean boomer? Like a boomer? A boomerang
A
or
boomerang.
a boomer? Boomer buddy. I
See, that's one thing I contemplated, like with the senior citizen thing that I was going to do. I was like, because a lot of people don't like being called senior citizen either. They don't like being called, hey, coach, yeah, I'm back. I am back.
Come
Coach is
on,
here.
Jen. We all used to
I never
be
went
young.
anywhere. I just couldn't go
Come
live.
on, when somebody says something, man, I'm like I said, I'm 60 something. You can call
Rolls
me
off
what
you like a
want.
duck.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, I mean,
Rolls off
because
the back
but
of
some
the
people are sensitive. So I saw where there was this survey of people who, what do you prefer, baby boomer? They're like, I'm not a baby. Senior citizen. what's senior about me? I act like a kid, and then just everybody was like, gosh, what do
You
you,
know
I'm
who
like,
you're
maybe.
talking about then when they say something like that to you. I'd just be like, okay, I'll see you later.
Well, this was me doing research for my show, like the YouTube channel that I originally wanted to start up. And I wanted to call it Super Citizens. Like instead, I was like, okay, everybody doesn't like any of those words. Maybe Super
I
Citizen.
like that channel name though, Super Citizen. I would click
Because,
on that.
but I think that's a better name for it, right? Because we're older, we're wiser. We've kind of been around the block a couple times.
We just don't give a shit.
Super Citizens. That's right. That's right.
Well, we give a shit, but we can distinguish between I don't give a shit and I give a shit.
Well, we're trying to make life better for people like Coachisms, right?
Well, I
Because
don't know
he's
about Coach.
next. He's next to
Where
sit
is
where we're
Coach?
sitting.
Is he in here?
Oh yeah, he's in there.
I don't see him.
He said, "Hey."
Oh, there he is. He said, "Hey, Honor,
Yeah, yeah. So
you got
yeah,
it." Let's
and I gotta
see.
say, Coach, like
You got it
your
to work. All right, Coach. Nice to
Coach
see you. I
Coach's
like him.
Wednesday show is throwing me off. Number one, being on Wednesday, so that throws me off. And number two, um, I just don't know anybody in there. I still love it though. I love it, and I think that's funny
Where's
that
that?
most of the people at Boyd Wrestling
Oh, yeah.
are that most of the people
Well,
there are women.
you got all. It's like a combination. You got people. You got new people moving in all the time, and you got the old people moving out, and you got new people. It's
But I
like
think,
a. It's like a. I mean, you got new people and the old people. People just get tired of this shit and they move away. They don't even come back.
yeah. Well, I was
They're
watching
like
last week,
YouTube.
but I was
Fuck
just,
that. I've done that for 5 years. I ain't
yeah.
doing it no more. And they go away and they don't come back. And you don't
Well,
know where they gone, but
I
you
think there
see their
was,
name or their handle or something, you're like, yeah, I remember that. And
yeah, and I think that happened last week, right? Because I was there last week. I was just kind of very quiet, you know, for a lot of that. So, because I don't know anybody there.
well, you got new people coming in and old people going out. It's
You
just
weren't
like a
there. Jesse was
recycle.
there
It's like
briefly.
WOG. I see Coach over at WOGs. WOG is an old
Yeah,
school OG. I don't know if you know him,
I don't know
but
him.
he's kind of drama. He's kind of musical, and
Yeah.
he's. I've been around for so long that
Hmm.
it's kind of like they say, a rabbit hole. Once you get
Hmm.
down in there, you kind of
Hmm.
root around and see things. When did you start doing? When did you start? When did you first see a live stream on YouTube? What year?
Uh, a live stream probably right before COVID. But
Yeah,
I was on YouTube a lot before then,
I
watching other
was
stuff.
too. I was watching back
Yeah,
in 2017, 2018. I was watching
mm,
YouTube, and I thought,
yeah.
and I came in the boy community, so it was, that's a fucking freaky ass community.
That's where you started.
Believe me, it is. Well, and I didn't even try it. I wasn't even looking for it. I was looking for cheap RV living. I was looking for cheap camping places. And
Oh,
that's how I got caught up in, off to the side, you had Elvis doing his lives, and he was real popular back then. And I clicked on that, and that, that was it, man.
mm-hmm.
But anyway,
Trying
I
to see
forget
if
what I
I'm
was even going to say.
trying to see if I go back in my chats. How long? Because I still talk to the first person like that I was friends with on YouTube. And she may still watch my stuff. I don't know, but she's always quiet. She hadn't had the courage to say, "Hey, Jen," in a while. Because I told her some of the drama that had happened with bimbo. And so I think she was kind of backing off then anyway, because the drama was getting vicious where that community too was doing the doxing and stuff. And I just shy away from that stuff. I'm like, I don't need to be a target of any of that,
I
you
know.
know?
And that's why I waited so long to create a channels because
Yeah.
I
That's
was
why.
like,
But you know what I did? And this is something you might do too, is I know people with my local sheriffs because I used to participate in the 911 directors meetings with FEMA here. So I know a lot of sheriffs. So what I did is I went to my sheriff and I just said, look, you know, uh, there have been some problems on the YouTube community, and I'm sure you've heard of this before. What happens there? I said, can you put me on a list so that anyone ever calls in, then the dispatcher will know, like, to call this number and verify that information, you know, and then my husband will answer and verify that no, this is not what it is. So I protected myself in that way. And I am on a list that will pop up. And so whoever would ever try that, they're going to put a trace on them
there's
ASAP.
not too many people in this
Yeah.
place that would even go
No,
that
we're
far.
good. But if
They're
anybody
all keyboard
tries,
warriors where they'll just type it in. That's as
right.
far as they go, those little ass punks.
Yeah.
They're punks.
Um, but yeah, that kind of protects me, right?
I doubt if even anybody has ever done that to you, have they? I would say zero.
Zero, but I'm protected. Zero. But, you know, and that's the thing. I think anybody on YouTube is probably wise to do that depending on what community they hang out with. But, you know, I can be a target by association,
You're
you
not
know.
that kind of person. You're not down in that
But that
place.
doesn't mean that other people aren't that kind of person to be that petty,
That's right. And
you know.
you can
But
get
that's what I'm
connected to
saying.
that place with the fees that YouTube puts in there.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
no,
that's
no,
why
but
I
I
say, I never know if this is fake or if this is real. I look at myself on the screen right now. And I look damn good, but I'm fake.
would you do yourself?
Figment of your imagination.
No, but so I'm looking back. So for me, um, it's actually when I first had the cancer too, July 2020. Um, uh, Before that, probably early of 2020 is when I started on YouTube lives. So yeah. But no,
I
I
don't,
think
I don't
everybody
even,
should protect themselves with their sheriffs if they're going to do YouTube because people have been killed just when there was no situation because they reacted wrongly,
well, yeah, there's been
you know.
Twitch,
Right.
TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, all
And
that
here
shit where
everybody has a
people
yeah.
are fucking nuts in here, and you got to watch out for that shit.
Yeah. And here, you know, we're one of those permitless open carry states. So almost everybody and their brother have a gun and the cops know that. So when they come to a house, especially one that sits back off the road like mine that's like I don't even allow Halloween kids coming up here because it's too dark and dangerous for them. So I make candy bags for all the kids in the neighborhood and I give them out the day of Halloween. And so they can
Oh
get hyped
yeah,
up on candy while they're getting
you
ready.
got extra large candy bars. You're
Yeah.
lying.
So everybody loves me. Everybody loves me.
Just kidding.
So
Just
yeah.
kidding.
Now I used to do
I'm
like
just kidding.
no, but I also do the like cookies, cakes, Christmas time.
You ought to light your place up like no other and say, "Hey, we
Those
got
days
free
are
candy bars here.
over.
Come on over."
In my little house, I used to hold two parties a year. I would do a Halloween party and a luau party, and I would have over 100 people in my little tiny house. like from 80 years old to
Everybody knew you
newborns.
had the best candy bars in town.
No, they knew they had the best food in town because look, I barbecue. Like you've seen me cook, right? I can
Oh
grill,
God! I
but
told you you would be my best chef if I
see,
won the
this is the
goddamn
problem
lottery.
though. When I do something, hey, Chris Bliss, good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. I miss you.
It's Chris Bliss.
Yeah,
I
wow, what
thought
an
Chris Bliss was
honor.
in here
I
earlier.
am so honored.
Wasn't Chris Bliss
Wow.
in here earlier?
No, I don't think so.
Well,
But
hey, Chris,
when
KB.
I
I
when
call him
I
KB.
when I did the luau, I researched how they do it in Hawaii and all the methods. And I don't know how many YouTube videos I watched on how to cook a pig underground. But let me tell you, I researched them all and I had the
Oh,
best.
those luau's are just
I
everywhere.
had the best Kahlua pig. In fact, this is when I was working, so I had a little more money. Um, but I would buy a suckling pig and I would do it all. And I did all the research, but I hired a luau performers. Like they did the fire show, they did costume changes,
They throw the fire, yeah.
they did the Hawaiian costumes, they did the Tahitian costumes, the Samoan costumes. Yeah, I mean, they did it all. But when they touch that Kahlua pig, they're like, you don't get pig like that over here in the 50s. You know, we get that in Hawaii only. This is amazing. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. Like, that was the
Colleen,
highest honor, right? To have
Colleen,
the
Colleen
dad.
Aloha is a really nice place to watch. If you're into Boyd, she's all about Boyd. But anyway,
Yeah. Yeah. Now I
other
tell you, man.
places, there's a couple. I watch a few of them Hawaiian Islands uh, broadcasters.
Mm-hmm.
Another one is what's his name? Go ahead, let me look it up.
You go ahead. Yeah. The
Ah,
Oh, Hunter, Chris Bliss said you were on Seasons when you saw him.
oh, okay, yeah, I was on
Yeah,
Seasons.
yeah,
Christmas is right. That's where I saw him.
yeah. But there are some
I
cool
love Chris
white
Bliss. He
people.
knows I love him.
See, but like, it's
He's
so
one of my
funny.
faves. I watch Chris Bliss all the time.
Yeah, I've missed his stuff. I miss seeing Honeybee a lot, or uh, Honey Bunch a lot, you know. I know she's been busy. So, but yeah, I miss seeing her a lot. So, and
You know,
Leah.
there's some legitimate YouTubers around here that
Mm-hmm.
where they're from, and they produce quality content, and
Mm-hmm.
they ain't got nothing afraid to say about what they are and who they are and where they live and what they do, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just all the bad people around here that just fuck everything up for everybody.
That's why I try to stay away from that. I don't do drama. Like the minute drama hits, I'm out of there. I am
It's
out.
nice to see you, Chris. Let
Yeah.
me see if I can see where you're at here, bro.
So yeah.
Greetings. Greetings, robots. I like that. I call everybody robots.
Yeah. So how are the aliens doing, Chris? Have they
Yeah,
hatched
that's
yet? Like we never got to see the hatching of the alien, and I'm really disappointed. Oh no. What happened to
we.
that alien? There was kind of like
There was a.
there was one egg left. I forget what happened to the egg. Or do I just forget because it was so late at night? Chris, what happened to the egg? Oh, the egg
Jan,
got
you didn't bring
stolen.
him.
The
You
egg
didn't
got
bring.
stolen, didn't
Jan, you
he?
didn't bring Chris Bliss over here from some unknown ports that I don't know about, did you?
No. But
Okay.
I think the egg, the alien egg got stolen, right? From the window. Do you remember that? A thief came in and stole the
I
alien
saw
egg?
I saw the video. It was a whole goddamn production.
But like, is there APB out on the alien egg? Like, we need to see that. That was amazing.
Oh, that was good.
So if y'all have never seen Chris Bliss, go to his channel because he plays some great music. It's a lot of fun. Alien Penguin. That's right. That's right. And but yeah, he hatched some aliens, believe it or not. You got to go check it out. That was amazing. But his music is also a lot of fun. I really miss those nights, Chris.
I do too.
That's when I was drinking a little more though. I've kind of cut back to weekends only, but then they just put me on gabapentin. I'm like, I don't know. I had some wine on. I had wine, but didn't take the gabapentin, and I was up at like 4 o'clock in the morning thinking I was dying. Like, so I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't drink anymore
I saw
at
him
all.
I saw him on another creator's website the other day, and I said,
Yeah.
Chris. I said, Chris, where you been for the last 11 months? I haven't seen nothing of you. And he says, don't rush an artist.
Don't rush an artist. That's right.
I had no rebuttal for that.
Now, did I just? Oh, there I go. Okay. So I wasn't sure how to pin a comment.
You covered your face up, is what you did.
October. Can I move it?
I can't see your eyes now.
You can't see my eyes anyway.
Oh, I can't. I can now.
If I look up, hey. I can't move the bar. I don't know how to move this. I guess I could do this. No.
Well, that's cool.
Is that good?
I got enough forehead for another face here if we want one.
I don't know. But it makes me look further away, which is good too. So nobody needs to see how ruddy I look right now.
Well,
I didn't put any makeup on. It's like,
I got to get one of them lights, them ring lights that light my face up.
oh, I have a couple lights here. Now we have one like, I have one of the cheap little ring lights. It's what is that? Trying to read the brand. It's like B something. And that's a pretty good one, but it's really light. I think if I put my phone on it, because it's one you're supposed to be able to do selfies and put your phone on. I think my phone in the case is so heavy that one little accidental touch and it might topple over. But I have one of these bar kind of table lamps. I can't pull it all the way, but this adjusts. Now, I'm probably going to blind everybody, but this is what Chris uses on his side.
No, geez.
And it's pretty bright, but let me tell you, it's adjustable. And it gives you actually, that's a better light for me.
That's good light.
Isn't that good light? And it wasn't on, I don't know where we got that.
I go to $5 Tree and I get mine. I saw one of them ring lights. I thought about getting one but I never, I don't go live, so. No big
You should
deal.
go live. I'm telling you, do a blues. Hey, y'all, if Hunter did a blues show, would you watch it? I would. Like blues history, kind of like in the way Bimbo does, but do blues or however format he wanted to do it. I would love to see, because I know he's an aficionado on blues stuff.
I don't even know how to send an email.
Oh my gosh.
I'll do it myself.
But I know you know how to go live because I've seen your 2 videos that you have posted there.
Just press the button.
Which is nice because if I ever need to get a hold of you, that's where I know I can go and leave you a comment.
That's why I left those 2 test lives out.
That's right. That's right.
And
you had me
nobody's
worried.
gotten a hold of me yet.
No, but I know when you were MIA for a while, I went in there and I'm like, hey, are you okay? We haven't seen you in a while. Like,
That's why I leave them up.
Yeah, it was nice being able to contact you. I mean, I don't like assuming that, it's whatever at Gmail. So,
Yeah, I'm not like I don't have no money symbol next to me because I'm never going to be a money making YouTuber. But
I
it's
may
nice to
be.
know. It's nice to know that the people that do care about you, if they will leave a comment,
No, never say never.
you got
I'm shocked that I
you got a
have.
place to leave it for them.
How many subscribers do I have today? I am shocked because, like I said, nobody from the first ever community I was in is a subscriber that I'm aware of, except maybe my friend, right? But I never see her and she never comments on my stuff. We still talk on phone messages and stuff or call each other occasionally, but she may be a follower of mine, but everybody else is who I know. And I don't think everybody from Bimbo has subscribed to my channel, but I have 444 subscribers and I am shocked.
All right,
I am
that's
in
good.
awe that I have 445 people
Your shorts come up
that
in my shorts, and I don't see them for maybe 12 hours.
I've heard men like me in their shorts, but I don't know. Maybe that's it.
Well, I
Just
don't
a
know. What do
joke.
you? Yeah, okay. I
Just a
got that one, and I thought to myself,
just
I should wash my shorts a little more often.
Actually, most of my subscribers are men, but it was funny. Like my stats are changing because I was looking at like the ages are changing. I'm evening out a little bit more now, which is interesting to me. Now I have more males than female, but even that's evening out the more viewers I get. So, um, but yeah, my biggest group for the longest time was the 25 to 34-year olds. So that's a compliment to me. But now I'm almost all like almost 18% down the board of age groups of followers. So the whole thing just kind of
God, what's
amazes
going
me,
on here?
you know?
It's
But
it's detriment to me because I know you're married, and I can't say what I want to say.
oh, Chris and I are both
Not a
used to it.
result.
I've worked with men like in male industries mostly all my life.
Something's going on here. I can't breathe right. Let me get back to you there a
All right,
sec.
go
Hold
get
on.
some water or something or an inhaler.
Hey, yeah, hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. So yeah, but having worked in male centric kind of industries, I mean, you can't be a wimp and work with men. Like if I was a gentle flower, it would really have been hard for me to have a career in tech, I will say. And heck, by the time I got in corporate, because I was a consultant most of my career in one way or another, traveling or whatever. But then once I got a corporate job, I didn't get a corporate job really until I was in my like a real corporate job with some security until I was, hey, Charlotte, how are you doing, girl? Hey, how's your sister doing? I just wanted to ask you that. I meant to ask you the other day when you were posting your football stuff. Is your sister doing okay? How many more treatments does she have? Um, but yeah, so when I had to take the corporate training for sexual harassment, we all kind of laughed and we were like, at this age, if we get sexually harassed, that's a compliment, you know? But again, I mean, and that was my senior supervisor was also joking to that effect. So that kind of tells you how the tech world is when it comes to taking sexual harassment seriously. So let's see. Well, she may be already gone again. I hope she's doing well, Charlotte, if you're still there. And I hope you to see the kids next game too. That was cute. I know y'all know Rosie. Charlotte's from Rosie, so some of y'all might know her. If I never see her in any of y'all's stuff. So, but yeah, I think Charlotte may be a little bit older than me, but she just got a house. It was her mom's house, and she's like Rosie. She's amazing. She has taken that house and turned it into a home. It had gotten trashed. Unfortunately, it was so sad, but she's been doing a great job fixing it up. So, and most of it by herself. She's had some help like lifting a toilet, but she laid the floor in her kitchen. She did all the painting. It was, she did a lot of work. Oh, you're there. Good thing I was talking good about you, Charlotte. No, I only have good things to say about you. You're a sweetie. And she has a cat named Eli, and it's the funniest darn Siamese cat ever. It's almost like a dog. She'll have to take treatments and get blood infusions and platelets unless she has bone marrow. Oh, man. I hope she doesn't have to do the bone marrow transplant. Let's hope not for that. That's okay, Charla. Riley's such a cutie. Go, Riley! But yeah. Well, sending her my best, Charla. Yeah. Fingers crossed that she does well and doesn't need that bone marrow transplant, though. She's already gone through enough. So, this can be pretty rough. So, I'll put a link up if anyone else wants to come up. Linky. I don't know why Bimbo's not here. This is going to be one for the records for me. How long have I been live here? Long hour. 2 hours and 57 minutes. I wonder if my husband's starving yet. If anyone else wants to come up, come on up. Poor Chris. Thank goodness I made all that food. He gets to, all he has to do is microwave tonight. Man, we ate good this weekend. All right, Charlie, you take care. Good seeing you. Good night, Riley. Sleep tight. So, yeah, I don't know if Chris is starving. He hasn't come knocking on the door, so I think he's okay. So, did y'all do anything fun this weekend? Were there any games this weekend, Coach? Good night, sweetie. Did the Texans play? I don't even know what the schedule is. Hey, it was good seeing Deion Sanders won his first game, though. I mean, Coach may disagree, but I think that's fabulous. I know his health hasn't been doing so great either lately. So, but I don't know. Atlanta's so funny. I mean, I used to go see Deion. I was lucky. Actually, I should have said this when Charlotte was on, because I actually got to see Deion Sanders. He got injured when he was playing for the Braves. And so I was up in Columbus, Ohio, and they have their farm team, Columbus Clippers. And it was the Braves farm team. So as Deion Sanders was recuperating before they brought him back to play with the Braves, he played some games with the Columbus Clippers. It was really cool getting to see him in a really small venue as opposed to the huge Turner Stadium that is now Georgia State University Stadium. Can you believe that? Georgia State University has the old Olympic Stadium. That's crazy to me. But they got the money. They own more property in downtown Atlanta than anyone else, which is amazing to me. Wow. So here's my new kitchen cabinet. It's going to help me do better cooking videos, I think. Because I can put the camera on the other kitchen cabinet and prepare stuff on here or, do my intros. And then I can move, this tabletop's really big. I have a lot of room here. So I can move the camera over on that tabletop to do the some videos, right? The Savannah Bananas are so much fun, but their games, they sell out so fast. You can't get tickets fast enough. Like, I think as soon as they go on sale, they're sold out around the country. Because I was thinking about even traveling to see them. But I did get Bimbo that Savannah Bananas t-shirt. So Bimbo has swag that I don't have. I should go to, we need to do a Savannah stream. We need to go over there and spend a long weekend or something. Yeah, you can't even. I mean, I might have to go to Savannah and just watch them on the other side of the fence like a poor kid. It's just sad. But they are so entertaining. But they're like the equivalent when I was growing up, the Globetrotters, who are still going. But to me, like, nobody will ever compare to Curly and Lemon. Was it Lemon? Lark Lemon? Who else was on the early Harlem Globetrotters? Gosh, I got to see them once, like in their heyday. That was really good. It helps to be from like a basketball family. Yeah, they do, right? I would imagine they do. So, but I had heard of them, but I hadn't seen any. Sometimes I don't know why, I just don't think to go to YouTube to look up anything. And it wasn't until recently that I went and looked up the Savannah Bananas. Because I was hoping they were playing, because I wanted, they were playing in Macon when Bimbo was here. So I was hoping to take Bimbo to a game. And I'm hoping if Mark comes down here, that Bimbo can come up and we can all go down to the Allman Brothers Museum and the Georgia Music Hall of Fame. Oh, I didn't know that, Chris. Oh, that's crazy. I had no idea. The season's over though, right? Ah, there you are. Finally, I was just getting ready to text you. We're waiting on Honor to get back from the restroom or somewhere. He wasn't doing too well. He was coughing a lot. Hopefully he's okay. Bimbo, you want to take the link? Take the link. Want to talk about it? Take the link. Oh, gosh. Hunter, you okay? I hear you back there. Do you need help? I heard him say something. Man, y'all, I'm so glad I quit smoking. I looked, I think it's my 4-year anniversary's coming up. I used to get sick twice a year. I haven't been sick in a while. I was like sick like clockwork. And mainly, I think Huey P. Newton and Stokely Carmichael. Oh, yeah. Stokely was good. Huey P. Newton was good. The Globetrotters were fun. Have you been sitting there in the back of the room, Mr. Mark? But you know what, Mr. Mark? I know you like intellectual and, stiff things, but, sometimes never growing up is a good thing too. Because I almost went to see the Globetrotters again. Like, I saw, what was it, like 3 years ago, but it was the day I had something else going on. I couldn't do it. I want to go. I was watching Charlotte. She goes to her grandkids' football games. I miss going to high school football games. Call me weird. Even though I didn't do anything there, my dad would be like, "You got to come home after the game." And we lived close enough where he could hear the announcements. So he knew when the game was over. So I had like 15 to 20 minutes to get home after that, or I would not have a life. I had a curfew of like 11 o'clock as a teenager. It sucked so much. It sucked really bad. Are you going to take the link, Bimbo? Or you're not coming up because you just woke up? You learned how to drink you learned how to drink when you were crawling. Your Uncle Leo. Don't give the baby any vodka. Washington Generals, I think. Oh, okay, Mark. Well, I thought you'd been there the whole time. Like, I've been on a long live stream. You've missed so many topics. We've talked some politics. We've talked about laws and rules. We've talked about gardening. We've talked about YouTube history. It's nice having Chris back. I've missed you, Chris. I really do. Like, you are one of the few entertainers on YouTube. You and Bimbo do really well. The people I watch. Now, I know there are others out there, but y'all are cool and you're good entertainers. Yeah, Mark. But remember, you didn't start drinking until late in life. You missed all those years. Just think, you could have had a failed liver by now. All right, go get bimbified. And Mark will leave. Because he's my problem child sometimes. No, not that I'm aware of, Mark. We don't talk that. We didn't go that deep, Mr. Mark. Oh, yeah. Bimbo has her new line of crappy new songs. Bimbo is a great lyricist, I think. And she could be a great musician if she had continued playing all those years. It's hard. Like I was saying earlier, like my friend went back to college at 50 to get a cybersecurity degree when her actual degree is in hospitality. And I'm just like, that's absolutely crazy. But Bimbo, like picking up the guitar after all these years and playing and writing music and getting up and putting it out there, that takes a lot of courage. But again, I think her lyrics really surprise me. And she has a lot of some very kind of deep songs. I mean, I like the silly ones, the kind of raunchy, what you'd expect out of Bimbo, but you know, she's put out some really tender songs that I like too. I like it all. But can you breathe now, Honor?
Hey, Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, you okay?
No. We got a problem here in the apartment complex. I live in a 12-plex, and there's there's something going on. So I'm gonna have to go.
All right. All right. You
We don't
take
know.
care.
Yeah, thank you. We don't know what it is, but it's
All right. Get out of there.
okay.
Get out of there, get in your car and drive away and, you know.
Okay,
All right.
great. Thank you, Jen.
All right. Bye.
Bye bye, chat.
Follow up with me. Leave me a comment or something. Let me know you're all right. Wow. That worried me. Hunter. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. That did worry me. Wow. That's scary. I hope they didn't have a train thing going on or something up there. Oh my gosh. That is scary. So yeah, Chris, I think you'll enjoy what Bimbo's put out lately. I mean, they're totally original. Her last one especially, it was just kind of about getting old, aging, kind of sucks. But that's what it is. I gotta get Bimbo to put her. Hey, they're scary. Oh my gosh, it's Addie. Addie Pickles back. All right, that's good. We just lost Hunter. Addie. They're having some kind of thing at his apartment. He couldn't breathe. He was coughing and choking, and there's something major going on, I guess. So he's having to leave his the place where he lives right now. So, and then you're second scary to that though. I'm not going to cut you down any notches though. I'll keep your status. Keep your status where it is, babe, because you deserve it. But nobody rocks the pirate ship like you do. And I love it. I love it. Yeah, I hope so too. Hopefully, he'll let me know if he's okay in a little bit or what's going on. So, yeah. Now, Hunter, I asked him if who Honor was that his girlfriend, his wife? And he said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, when you come on lives, it'll be Honor, then it'll be Honor." And so we're thinking it's two different people. Am I the only one who's seen that? Addie, you've seen that, right? Coach, I think, has seen that. Who saw? I think Mark has seen that. Maybe not Mark. I know somebody said it the other day. They were like, "Oh, is Honor?" Addie. No, I think it's hilarious. Especially when you and Bopak start talking the pirate stuff. It's crazy. Those are my favorite nights when I'm over there. I just can't do every night going over to Mark's when he's live though. I wish I could. Everybody's favorite alien. Are you kidding? We all love Chris Bliss. So, Addie, Chris Bliss said that if you notice the pin, the show will continue next month in October. So, we get to see some Chris Bliss again. That'll be fun. I hope it's the same people. I really miss Jesse. I was telling Bimbo, like, I know Jesse's doing the market stuff. That is hard work. Like I know around here in Atlanta, these market gardeners, I would never want to work that hard. Like I have my dreams for my orchard, and that's mainly I wouldn't mind selling organic to local stores, and not necessarily at organic prices, but mainly I think my persimmon crop because persimmon are ridiculously expensive in the store. And if I could get as much for a regular for you persimmon at a regular local little store as they sell in the markets, I would be very happy, even if I only got 50%. So I think I want to plant some more persimmon trees and go that route. But Jesse doing the farmer market, if it's anything like here, and it probably is, you go to different towns, have farmers markets different days. So to make any decent money at it, a livable wage, pretty much, you have to go to different towns, different days, and set up and break down and stay out there, rain, shine, and hope you make a penny or two, you know? So I know Jesse's working hard, but I do miss seeing him. I certainly miss seeing him. And if he's doing better, I don't know, he may do some winter sales for greens and stuff. Oh yeah, I have grown mushrooms, Mark. I was gonna do an experiment, but then, my house being in the mess it's been, I just never did it. So I've done some smaller scale mushroom growing, and I grew some lion's mane actually. I've done oyster and lion's mane mushrooms, but I wanted to do a bigger production of them, and I never got around to doing that. So there's Bimbo. Hey, girl. What's up,
Yep.
sleepyhead? What's up, sleepyhead?
Oh, all right. Doing all right.
Yeah, well, we missed you for the last 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 36 seconds, 37, 38.
So then I guess me and the captain got your computer working right, huh?
No, you two didn't. I did with Restream. You know what the stupid thing was?
What?
So, for some reason, when my Easy Street with Jen account was, I do most stuff on my phone. But when I did Easy Street with Jen on my um, uh, when I did Easy Street with Jen on my computer, for some reason I did it on Foxfire or Firefox, sorry, Firefox. And so I don't know. I thought I was doing it on Google. I don't know what happened, but I could only access my Easy Street on Firefox, and I could only access my other two accounts on what you call it, Google. So, yeah. So what happened was everything worked fine for all this time, and then all of a sudden, when I started having problems, but that's what had to happen. We ended up setting up an account on Google only and not using Firefox, and now everything works. But they were perplexed at tech support. I mean, that was like the final straw. They were
I
like,
mean,
"This is
Yeah, because like I told Chris, I was willing to drive up there and bring my magic hammer. Oh, Maxwell's, magic hammer. Went bang bang on her head.
I tell you, I might still need that. I don't know. For my tooth, you know?
Oh,
So.
okay. Well, I'll enjoy doing that. That's for sure.
You won't even smell it up here. You'll drive up here to bring it to me to do it. And you'll do
And
it
I'll,
for
gu-
me.
and I'll guarantee, oh, you won't need any anesthesia.
Oh, thank you so much.
Just one smack to the side of the head, and you might be in a coma for a week, but your tooth pain will be gone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
So after I, got off the phone with the captain today, I was outside doing, you know, tree work for like 3 hours because it was beautiful today. There was no humidity whatsoever.
Hmm.
So it was a perfect day to do it. And so I came in and I went to sleep, and I was trying to watch a movie, but I've seen it before and I kept falling asleep. It's with Nicolas Cage called The Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is really, really good.
I think I probably fell asleep through that. So is that why you took a nap? You started watching
Well,
it and fell asleep? It was so good.
no, I fell asleep because I was climbing up trees without falling down,
Oh, okay.
which is a surprise.
Wow. Amazing. You know, as bad as your luck has been lately, you probably need to uh, quit doing reckless stuff like that. You know, that's why I don't go on step ladders anymore because I fall like on the floor when I get on a step ladder and I injure myself. So I don't do that anymore.
Okay, well, I don't like step ladders because the last time I went up a step ladder, I was too fat and I broke through the rungs.
Or maybe that was my problem. No, it was a solid ladder. I just, you know, I think what it is, I went up, I had to use my glasses to get up the ladder because I was looking for something high up on a shelf because my monkey man wasn't here. And so once I come down, I look down and I'm thinking the step is, the floor is higher than it is. And I stepped down and I misstepped and that was it.
Oh, so speaking of Monkey Man, so did he put that furniture together or
Yeah, it looks great, man. And
really?
luckily, I have food. I have food already cooked, so he's been fending for himself while I'm here chatting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, because whenever I put together that IKEA kind of furniture, I always have like an extra part or, like an extra drawer or like a bunch of extra nails. And I
Yeah.
said, I didn't need them anyway.
Now
Yeah,
look at
wow,
that.
yeah,
Isn't that nice?
yeah.
Has a little spice rack on the side, a little towel rack on the other side. It has a on the back side. It
And he
has
put that together, and he put that together.
yeah, in a day and a half, 28
Wow,
steps. Uh huh.
wow. I'm impressed.
And the back end, it has a drop leaf. So when I do my cooking videos, I can flip that up, text right off, and that's actually all I'll use it for, pretty much,
Yeah.
is to store my YouTube cooking stuff in because on my cooking videos, I hate it when people hit the pans with metal, like they're metal pots with metal stuff. So I got all silicone, and now my drawer is like overfilled with utensils. So I'll put my silicone stuff in here too.
Right. Oh, and I see where Addie says, Pat Travers, boom, boom, out go the lights.
Go film it,
Oh,
Addie.
yeah. Well, did you hear who passed away today?
Yes.
Gary Wright, Dreamweaver.
Oh, I didn't hear he passed away. I heard the guy from Smash Mouth passed away.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's three musicians in 3 days.
It always happens in threes.
So I figured that at least I got, like a week left. You know.
Oh no, no. You're full of chemicals. You're never gonna die. You're gonna be like, you and Keith Richards would be the last people on Earth.
Oh, because they actually, um, when they were, digging up like the lost scrolls in Egypt, like on the papyrus and stuff.
Oh,
They
yeah.
found like an etching of Mary and Joseph and the baby Jesus.
Hmm.
And you know who was standing there in back of him, smoking, was Keith Richards.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it'll be you, Keith Richards, and cockroaches. Once we're nuked, you know. So I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I won't be around for it, but I'm gonna bet. If I could bet, that's what I'd bet on. Yeah. So yeah, I was shocked on Steve Harwell. I didn't realize he was died of
I'm
liver failure. I
Yeah,
guess that's sad.
which surprises me, and really because I had heard you say about my uncle Leo, don't give the baby any vodka, because I've had cirrhosis of the liver, cancer of the liver, but
But you had
I
the
don't.
cancer before you had the cirrhosis.
No, I had the cirrhosis first,
Oh wow. Wow.
and and
But there are two cirrhosis. Did you have the alcohol cirrhosis or the non-alcoholic
no,
cirrhosis?
the alcohol cirrhosis.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then the liver cancer, and and like people, they say today, oh well, don't you miss not drinking? Actually, no.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't.
I mean, I was gonna say I had that scare too, where they tried to tell me I had cirrhosis of the liver, and I'm like, no, I don't. I don't drink enough to have
Yeah,
cirrhosis of the
really,
liver. And they wanted to
really.
argue. Then I had the biopsy, and then I had pain for a year and a half because I had the biopsy.
Right.
Um, but no, I've gone down to weekends only, and then now I just said earlier I'm on that gabapentin now. And
Yeah.
Friday night, I'm like, it's a long weekend. I'm just not going to take a gabapentin. I'm going to have a couple glasses of wine and just chill. I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning thinking I was dying. Like my heart was beating so fast and I was sweaty and I was like, oh, this isn't good. I'm just not going to drink anymore. So I
Oh,
am on the wagon. Like
yeah, and I saw that Chris Bliss was on. What's he up to lately?
he's going to start his show back in
Oh,
October.
and there he is, and there he is. Oh, the new daddy of the free world.
Oh, that's the daddy. How's the sleep, Bopak? Are you thinking about getting that snoo yet? They say your baby sleeps an extra hour every night, which means mom and dad get an extra hour every night. Yeah, it is a crazy world, Bopak.
Yes, Addie. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that Andy Kaufman. Oh, didn't smoke, and he died of lung cancer.
Yeah, yeah. There's a YouTuber I've been watching lately, and she's not looking good, and she's young kids, and she's got lung cancer, never smoked a day in her life. It's the saddest damn thing. Life
Yeah.
can be so unfair sometimes. And
Yeah.
she seems like a genuinely sweet person, you know.
And so Bopak says it's poop and sleep deprivation from here on out. And let me tell you, Bopak, take it from somebody who, um, most people know me here because of my cancer. I still have to wear adult diapers. They are
Mhm.
not fun.
Yeah.
And don't and don't try one just to try it because it's not worth it.
Now, I wore them when I had the gallbladder cancer or
Yeah.
surgery because I'd heard that people have issues,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I was worried because was I not sleeping on the bed? I don't think I was sleeping in bed. I think I was sleeping on the couch then too. And but I was afraid that I would be in so much pain I wouldn't be able to make it up to get to the bathroom in time. So I
Yeah.
just wore diapers the first few days. But I will say the most the brightest thing I ever heard anyone do is when my friend lived in West Palm Beach. And I said, well, do you have all the food and provisions? Like, she's one of these people that forgets to eat, you know. She's like, yeah, I got food, but more importantly, I got diapers. And I'm like, that's brilliant. Because when power goes out, you have diapers. All you have to do is take your diaper off. You don't have to worry about dirty underwear, cleaning them, finding a laundromat, and that was the year that West Palm Beach got hit 3 times in a row.
Okay,
So,
because I was living in Orlando that year, so I remember that.
mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
Yeah. And see, wait, and come to think of it, that could be where the two-headed fish came from,
that may
because maybe
be.
there's a bunch of old, diapers that are in the retention pond that mutated.
That may be. Very well,
Uh,
maybe. My dad,
yes.
because she was very German, very, very German, like by the book German, American. So yeah.
And then and then Bopak says that he's going to leave them on the mountain for schooling. Yeah. Yeah.
What, the kid or the diapers or black seed oil? I don't know where we are in chat right
Black seed oil.
now.
And Jen, do you use black seed oil to cook with?
No. I think he's talking about using it as a herbal supplement. And I
Oh,
looked it up, and it's supposed to be on paper. It's supposed to be a cure-all almost. It'll help your pains and your aches and this and that and high blood pressure and diabetes and it's the miracle drug. But you know what? There we go. See, he's the expert.
two
2
tablespoons.
tablespoons. Yep, twice a day. But I couldn't find any really good medical papers on it.
Huh. And so I must be, reading, some other, stuff because I said, like, 2 tablespoons of crack, did that same thing. Must be a different author.
You wouldn't know crack if it was on your butt.
No, I wouldn't. I've never done it. I've never.
No, you've never done anything. You're squeaky clean.
No, I've never done crack. No, I never have.
Yeah, you've never done anything. Not firsthand. Uh, yeah, Mark's not an expert, but yeah, that's a prescribed dosage. So, taurine. I've heard
Oh,
about taurine lately too. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree, Bopak. Dietary is the way to go. Now, I was just saying, I just started going back on my one a day old lady vitamins because I feel I need it. I know I have. We ran our DNA a long time ago, and there was a program at the time, Prometheus, that you could run your data through, and they would kick back a medical report on you, like, oh, you're likely to have this cancer or that cancer based on genetic information or whatever ailment. But for me, it said I had a propensity to not absorb vitamin D. And now with my cancer stuff and extra protection, all that, um, I need that to make sure I have that supplement. So I'm doing that now. But the reason I went off of it initially was because I'd read that biotin can mess up your any some of your blood work. So best to talk to your doctor about, you know, multivitamins and blood work coordination. It's
See,
probably a
yeah,
good idea.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, so Miss Addie is the only one here who's telling the truth when she says that I'm a hard work, I'm a hard smoking, drinking, swearing old woman.
There you go.
Well, if it wasn't for the smoking, I'd fit right in there too.
Right? Right? Yeah.
Oh my God! And like, did you guys, um, oh, see that post I made on Twitter about the Bimbo Lifestyle magazine?
Yes. Yes. That was too funny. Let me see if I can pull it up. So I meant to talk to you about Twitter. Uh, so Twitter has just changed their policies. And on Twitter, they are going to start going after people that draw traffic away from Twitter or X. Sorry, X. So I was using it mainly to promote my channel. So um, it's kind of sucking now because don't know what to do. So I guess I'll post my food and post that I do it, and I'll leave. I'll just leave my YouTube channel in my profile
Yeah,
until they
because
make me take it out. You know.
I mean, I've got a friend um, in England, um, and does like makeup tutorials, and is very, very, very good, very
Mhm.
good, and changed their name to X, you know, formerly known as.
Oh, that's funny. You know, I have a hate relationship with Twitter for obvious reasons that you're
And
aware of, but nobody else is. So
yeah, yeah,
there you
okay.
go.
The Bimbo Lifestyle. It's on my Twitter page if you want to look it up.
Yeah,
It's
it was
like a
pretty
magazine.
funny. I woke up
Okay.
to that shit, and it only cost 11.7 cents, and seven
Yeah.
is spelled with a seven, Evan,
And so,
seven,
Chris,
E
if
V E
anything,
N.
anything can be a miracle drug if you truly believe it is.
Yeah.
Chris, Chris, and I wish because me and Mark Kropka tried to do it and it didn't come out right. Um, Play together on like YouTube or Restream, you know, play together, but the timing was off.
Hmm.
And me and Mark Kropka tried to do it.
Yeah. Now, I think you could do like karaoke, but you would have to, on your end, pull up the karaoke song and sing along, and people would have to hear it over
I
your speakers. But
I think
you can't have somebody else play the music and
I think you
you
can
sing
do
to it.
that on Zoom. Zoom, I think you might be able to.
I think you're going to have the same problem with the broadcast feedback delay because it's
Oh,
kind of required by the FCC. And I think even
oh.
when you're live streaming, that's going to be a requirement so
The
that you can,
government,
you know,
the
you got to be able to bloop stuff out.
the government's got to get their mitts into everything.
Oh, because people are abusive. So
Yeah, yeah,
if they behave and sit up and act right, you wouldn't have to smack their
yeah,
little hands.
yeah.
So yeah, the placebo effect is real. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, Bimbo it was a joke, Mark.
About what?
He
What?
said
About what?
makeup tutorials, who would have thought?
No, that's not me. That's my friend in the UK.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we don't do makeup tutorials here. We don't do that get ready with me stuff. Oh my
It
God.
it took me um um well, and it looks, you know, like a 2-minute job. And then I had to go out and get soda, which was a mistake because I spent 5 minutes out there with Cat Daddy, you know, because he couldn't find a kitten. I don't know where one of the kittens is. I don't know where one of the kittens is.
Aw, poor guy. That's a rough time though. And
And
that takes so much out of him though.
so I have to go around and find them, and they're little kittens, so they're hiding. But yeah,
Yeah, the yeah, I showered for y'all. So
I know we can smell it.
no, I showered. I said I showered. I'm
Oh,
clean. I'm clean
oh, oh.
this time. Well, on your show the other night, I came in with my hair wet, so I showered then too. I've had 2 showers in as many days. You know.
Really? Really? Oh, and okay, because last couple of pictures I did, I got caught in a rainstorm,
No,
and
you
I posted.
fell in a rainstorm.
Yeah, I fell into a hole in a rain. No, no, but it was pouring, and I had to run. That's why I didn't see the hole.
Addie, you both need to meet up. Oh, where is it? You both need
And
to meet up in a state, commit a crime, and record from a jail cell. Says wannabe tour manager. I don't know. Did Thelma and Louise have a tour manager? I don't know. We might have to come up with a whole nother name. Just, I guess, Bimbo, Jen, and Addie. You know? Yeah. They can make up the wanted posters early if we ever get together. So
oh,
Addie,
okay. Oh, okay. Well, I got the program that I can do that now. I could make one up now.
so Addie needs to come down when Mark comes down and you come up, and Addie can come down. I've got room for all of you. That would be a
Yeah.
good.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But are they going to let Addie come down wearing that straight jacket, or
I don't
how are they?
know. I don't know if they'll even let her out, let alone out with a straitjacket. Are you kidding?
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mark. So EDTA. Google it.
I never heard of EDTA. There was that. Was that diatomaceous earth? No, I don't, because I've heard people using diatomaceous earth in weird ways. Um, I know there was DHEA was really popular, and then they outlawed it because people were taking horse medicine. DHEA, it was a popular horse medicine. Then the FDA
Okay.
was like,
And
no.
Addie says, I'm not trying to commit crimes. I'm just trying to find accommodations. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have a room here for you for the glorious stay of 6 years. Please be our guest. We have lovely accommodations. We have a pool. We have a basketball court, and we have a shanking facility where we teach you all the new techniques on how to shank.
That's right. And it's Addie that owns the shed, Chris. That's the scary thing. She's the one with the shed, the dungeon shed. So, did she ever put a shed on the pirate ship? I don't even know. She may have. Down in the galley.
Who knows? Or maybe Addie. Who knows? Maybe Addie's really a kraken, and we don't know it.
I don't know. Do Krakens talk like Addie does, though?
I mean, anybody can talk. I mean, I got rabbits talking to me all the time when I see them outside.
Do Krakens talk like her? Padded shed. Yeah, that's about right, Chris.
Mr. Chris, and so have you been doing any music lately, or just a lot of working, or what?
I
And are
really
we?
liked, Chris did a really good tour Christmas time of some church and their special thing up there. That was really pretty. And he did some stuff around, was it Newport or Kingston, Rhode Island, that I really liked because I really, really, really want to go up north. I want to go to the Northeast. I've not been to anywhere but New York. And that's on my bucket list. It's a big bucket list.
I mean, because I lived in New Jersey for 2 years, and I've told people that. I lived in, when my parents got divorced, I lived in Toms River, New Jersey for 2 years.
Hmm.
So I have seen snow. I know what snow looks like. I'm
Hmm.
not a fan of it.
My dream trip would be to go up to uh, fly into, I don't know, Newark, JFK. I don't care. Go over to Long Island, visit family. Yeah, we try and keep it here weird here, Mark. Have a good one. Enjoy your cocktail. Um, and then I'd like to go visit Hot Mess Missy if she's there.
Yeah, well, she lives on Long Island,
Yeah,
and you
but
got to get
she's
the
on the
G.
south side, and we have
Yeah,
family in the north south shore. So I'd like to go see family, see her, then head to Boston, see friends there. Old,
and then you can swing over to Winnipeg and see Mark. Or does he even live in Winnipeg?
no,
I don't know where the hell in Canada he lives. I
near
mean,
Toronto.
Because Canada only has like 2 or 3 cities.
Yeah, near Toronto. But
I agree.
then I'd like to go up to our friends in Boston. He's in his 80s. I've not met his wife. I've only met him a few times. And we talk on the phone a lot. So I'd like to visit him and see all that Boston area has to offer. Go up to Rhode Island. Um, I don't know, New Hampshire, Vermont, swing around. Yeah, I'd love to do a big loop up there. That's my dream trip.
Yeah, and then when I were, and I told you too this, Jen. Um, when I worked for Greyhound, the bus company, I was in Boston for 4 years. And you guys know my friend Suzanne. Um, if you've seen my show, she's been on occasion.
Did I just, excuse me, did I just block Bopak? Did I time him out?
I don't say anything. All I
Oh,
know is that I, for some
I'm
reason,
sorry.
I can't I can't type in a message for some reason.
No, excuse me. I'm sorry. No, I clicked on this Missy is such a trip. She's great.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
it bumped, but no, I'm good again.
Okay.
Sorry. It's been a while since I've been in the driver's seats of a live chat, so getting
Okay.
accustomed to
Yeah.
it.
So who said that about puffins? Oh, Addie. Yeah. And puffins are cool looking. Okay. Well, I fixed it. See, now I was able to fix my computer just like that. I wish I had a baby puffin, and that way I could, give them marshmallows and
Yeah, I have been to Maryland, but only uh, I went to Shepherdstown for a family reunion, and we stayed in this farmhouse in Virginia. I think maybe in West Virginia. I'm not even sure. But then we went around Maryland, up there around Harper's Ferry. That was really pretty.
what you doing, Misfit? Oh,
So, but I could
oh,
explore more Maryland.
oh, oh my God! Chris is going to see Danzig.
Oh, you would
Oh,
love
you
that.
know who Glenn Danzig is? He played with the Misfits. Mother.
Yeah.
Oh God, I would love to see Glenn Danzig. Oh, I've got the Misfits stuff, and I've got um, three of his um, three of his CDs. Oh God, Glenn Danzig is so good. And then the Misfits, they came out again without Glenn Danzig, and they were still the creepy, weirdy kind of horror band, but they didn't have Glenn Danzig's persona. So they really weren't, the Misfits. He's doing the whole album, first album live. Oh God. Um, Damn, that's gonna be good. And Yeah, there's some places that I used to go when I lived up there, Chris. There were a lot of places around like Kenmore Square that had a lot of good clubs. I mean, oh, culturally, Boston is fantastic.
Yeah.
Whereas Tampa is like a wasteland. But there have been some decent bands that come out of Tampa. Sabotage, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Iced Earth. There have been some decent bands that's come out of here, but Addie said I had to teach my kids music one year when it was not taught in school, and friends helped, and someone had them listen to Danzig. Yeah, see now. I think well, that's what kids need to learn in high school is they need to learn contemporary music. They're not going to learn anything playing shit on a piccolo or a flute or a trombone.
Oh yeah, they will.
Unless they're going to be in like the Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, okay, Chris. Yeah, so you live down near Providence. Okay.
Yeah, but when I took piano, they don't start you off on Bach or Beethoven or Mozart. I mean, they just don't. Like I had to muddle through, the mule song or whatever it was, and like you have to suffer through those wimpy songs. It's tough. Now, when I
Yeah.
picked up the guitar and I was doing that Mel Bay, it was a Mel Bay music book on the guitar. Now,
Yeah.
it had some decent folk songs from the 60s in it, but I was a
Yeah.
kid in the 70s, but that's where you start because it's easy chords to pick up.
I'm because I told you before, and I've told people in the College of Rock Knowledge, is like how my mother never had any musical training whatsoever, and she just knew how to play the piano.
Yeah, but that's great by ear, but you can't write anything down. And
No,
it's hard to tell a whole orchestra, like, I'm going to play this, so whatever you want to play, just play. You have to, like, it's a
Oh
good
yeah,
idea to be able to
yeah,
communicate
yeah.
in the musical language with people you work with.
And so
And
Chris,
I think learning is very important.
oh yes, and so Chris says that it's a lot of punk rock dive bars. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, okay, well that's Kenmore Square. That's
Hmm.
And so Bopak started with chopsticks. Yeah, that's because you were feet in your face.
Yeah,
When other kids were, learning how to play music, you were eating,
cabbage.
you or that, or General Tao's chicken, something.
Now I think Bopop probably just would have stuck with the cabbage.
60s.
Yeah,
Dean Reed was the most famous American in the Soviet Union.
huh?
I never heard of that.
Me neither. Me neither. But he's much. I won't say he's much older than us, but he is
Oh,
at
oh, oh, oh.
least
Yeah.
another 10 years older than us. I'm gonna guess.
Who, Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Chris was talking about Providence. I've never been to Providence. I've only driven through it,
Oh, that's right. Yeah. It was really
and
beautiful.
I don't know. All I remember is that somebody threw a brick at my car.
Yeah, you got to go around the water edge. It's really beautiful. And I'm not big into mansions, but I'm into the historic mansions in Providence, because a lot of those were again from those were from the families of the Providence Plantation days. And I've read a lot of the history of the Providence Plantation. So I would like to check that stuff out. I just find it
Yeah.
fascinating. And a lot of those people from Providence Plantation ended up migrating to Ohio So, yeah.
And okay, so Addie heard the song Crystal Blue Persuasion. Crystal Blue Persuasion.
It's
Yeah,
been a
and
long time.
I didn't like that because that was a song by Queen, so that's why I didn't like that.
Oh, so Mr. Mark's more than 10. Less than 20? I mean, I guessed at one time you were probably around 76. But that's just a wild guess.
Yeah, okay, and
Punks
Chris,
all hang out at Thayer Street where all the record stores were.
and my God, and that's why I loved going to Athens because because me and Miss Easy Street were there, and we're just driving down, and we pull into the first parking spot we see. It's right in front of a record store. I says, God be praised.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went in and spent $100. And then the guy was talking to me because he knew music and I knew all of the bands. And then Jen gives me one of my business cards.
Yeah, I gave her one of your business cards because you should always give people your business card.
I do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not shy about doing it. I just restocked my business cards because I went through a lot when you were here.
Yeah. Yes, Addie. And it was Tommy James and the Shondells who did Crystal Blue Persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. You know who to ask when you want your music knowledge. Even though, there are times that I get stumped and I am well impressed when I get stumped.
That's funny. They have you. Oh, that was me. I'm the host.
Oh,
See, I'm so unused to being a host. It's been too long. Been too long. I agree with Addie. But Addie, they had the most steel to build the bridges. They're like, look, we're so wealthy, we can build lots of bridges because we have all the steel.
what's that, Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wasn't there like 6 or 7 rivers that come together or something?
Oh, what is it? The Ohio, they're a bunch.
Oh, the Monongahela and the Jackalope River.
Yeah, that was it. That's a ticket. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Cambridge was more oi and ska punks. You know what? And Chris, you know what? I kind of know, the type of music you like. I can't see you liking ska punk music. I just can't see it.
Who?
I can see you being more of a greaser punk than a ska punk.
Who? Chris
hello.
Bliss?
Yeah.
I can see Chris Bliss kind of probably liking everything like Bopak. Like
Oh,
me.
yeah. I mean, because I like everything too.
Hey, let's stop for a minute. We got to stop. I'm sorry to interrupt here, but Chris LeClaire is here, and he comes in and out so fast. It's his birthday today.
Who? Oh,
Chris LeClaire. He turned 49. Happy birthday, Chris.
And you know what, Chris? You shared the same birthday as Blackie Lawless.
Wow.
Now that's what I'm about.
Wow. How was your steak, Chris? Let me on, Chris said. He can come tell us about it. Come tell us, Chris.
Yes. Oh, yes, Mr. Bliss. Like I said, yeah, you're more sleazy. Yeah, because I've been accused of writing sleazy songs. I
Yeah.
think I wrote 2 at the most.
Yeah, but I just like sleazy songs. But that's my upbringing.
Okay. Oh, okay. And now, do you believe that I wrote 2 sleazy songs?
I'm surprised that's all you wrote. I think you wrote way more than that.
Well, that's one of the things that you learn in the Bimbo Lifestyle magazine is how to become a professional equivocator.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for
Right.
the first. And I'm just waiting for the first dope to ask me, "Is that a real magazine? Can I get it?"
Oh, so Mr. Merck doesn't know what punk rock is. Can we name a band he might know? The
The
Ramones were the Ramones. They were kind of punkish.
Yeah, yeah, the Sex Pistols. Oh, the
Uh,
Damned.
Velvet
Uh,
Underground. They were like the leaders
no,
of
they were.
punk.
They really weren't. Well, they were.
Yeah,
They
they're
were like
considered punk, pre-punk,
um, um,
precursor to punk.
the Damned. Um, the Lords of the New Church.
He probably wouldn't know. Remember, he's older than 76.
Okay, Sex Pistols.
Yeah.
Benny Goodman. He was a punk.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
I loved Benny Goodman in his punk days.
Well, you won't be
And-
walking on the sun anymore.
No, no. So, how was your steak dinner, Chris? Happy birthday.
So we're actually going to celebrate my birthday tomorrow because that's when we're going grocery shopping. So we're just going to do it all in one day. Just do it all.
Oh,
We're going to do
okay.
it tomorrow. So. which is
All right.
fine. It doesn't have to be
That's
on
fun.
birthday.
Oh, okay, birthday boy, and you want to be a music aficionado like myself. What band was Blackie Lawless in?
Blackley Lawless. I don't even know
Yeah.
who that is.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Blackie Lawless.
Debbie probably would know. I don't.
I can't remember. I used to read Circus Magazine back then. I can't.
Yeah, he was in a band called Wasp. Well,
Oh,
still
yeah.
is.
Oh, I've heard of Wasp. I heard that band. I know that band Wasp. That's
Yeah.
their first
Okay,
album.
now- Okay, now they and Chris Bliss says he likes sleaze. That band, because I've seen them on stage and they were just oozing sleaze, and it was very good.
Could we do
Nothing
a Bruce Springsteen show sometime?
What?
Can we do a Bruce Springsteen show sometime?
We already did one a while ago.
Oh, we did. I didn't know we did one. Oh, maybe we did. Okay. All right.
Oh, you never heard any? Okay, you've never heard of the Sex Pistols?
I have, yeah. I never listened.
No. Okay, well, Mr. Mark.
I have heard of them, yes.
Sid and Nancy.
Yes. Oh, Sid Vicious and Nancy Spungen.
I'm
Yeah.
almost thinking that Mr. Mark may have been secluded like I was as a child for religious
Okay,
reasons.
yeah, but you lived at, okay, well, you say secluded. You lived in a freaking cave with a cocaine bear.
Yeah, that's
So-
true, you know. And he never would share his stash. So if he had, though, I may have been able to escape.
You like the Cars?
Oh, yes, I love the Cars. I've got every one of the Cars except the last one by Rick Ocasek, which wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Oh, and so Miss Addie says, and Chris Bliss, you might like this. Our next show on the College of Rock Knowledge is In Excess.
Yeah, I bet Chris has some stuff on that.
I got to show you my new shirt, Bimbo.
Oh
Wow.
my God.
Isn't
There
that
you
cool?
go.
Isn't that nice?
Oh, no, that's horrible.
No.
I got the vinyl.
And
Okay.
you're showing that to me because you know how much I dislike that band.
Here.
Thank you.
I bought Debbie a shirt. You'll like this shirt better than. You'll like this one better than.
It better not be David Coverdale.
No, hell no.
Oh no, that's much better than Motley
Yeah.
Crue.
Yes.
Yes.
Or you know the most horrible shirt would have been is the album that David Coverdale did with Motley Crue, because that's terrible.
I got this for free on Whatnot is a live streaming platform where you can sell on there now. It's been out for maybe a year or two.
Oh, yeah.
It's a live stream. So basically, what it is, the people that, let's say right now, here's a perfect example. I could be selling an item to you right now, and I could show you the item that I'm selling. So you can actually see the item that I'm
And you can
selling.
bid on it online.
Yeah. You can they have an auction, or they have it buy it now, and a lot of places they sell from anything clothing to shoes to
You
vinyl
bought
to
that?
everything.
And
No.
you bought that shirt?
No, I bought the shirt, but what I'm going to show you, I got free. It was a free giveaway on Whatnot. It didn't cost me a red dime. And here's what I got.
Wow, I didn't know they did freebies.
What is that?
Bring it a little closer there, Chris. Sting. Wow.
It was totally free. It was completely free. It was a giveaway.
If it's
Hey.
free,
It didn't cost me
Uh,
nothing. And
free is
it-
free.
and it's called,
I'm not a big fan of any of Sting's
right.
post.
So
Oh,
here's what
please.
it looks like. Here's what, see, he's selling records on here right now. See him?
Oh, because I hope that you didn't pay for that Motley Crue shirt.
I did actually.
Oh, God.
So you get a chance, just put Whatnot on your phone sometime, both of you. Just check it out some. You don't have to buy it. Just check it out. It's pretty cool though. Just to even watch, see what people are. They
Yeah,
sell
Chris-
shoes and stuff. But
Chris, but how dare you buy something without the bimbo stamp of approval?
yeah, exactly. That's right.
How dare you?
Yes.
Okay, because
You're
you know how
absolutely right.
much I dislike and how much I dislike Motley Crue and the Watermelon Singer.
Well, I could have
Okay,
gotten
because
this.
Vince Neil
could've
looks
gotten
like a
this.
watermelon.
I could have gotten this on my shirt instead.
What?
New Kids on the Block? Yeah.
I would have rather seen that than Motley Crue, believe it or not.
Okay.
At least you could dance to it, right?
Yeah. And they had Joey Fatone, and he was pretty cool.
That was
Yeah.
Instinct.
Yeah, it was insane.
Instinct.
Instinct.
Oh, they're all the same, and they were all from Orlando.
Are we gonna have to go?
Was
Are we
great.
gonna have? Are we gonna
You
have
want
to
to know
go back?
something? You ever heard of this band? This is really interesting. That me and Debbie, you know that song, "Rhythm of the Night" by DeBarge?
Yes.
Do you know what that family has been through? Oh my
No.
God!
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've really
A
struggled with.
lot of problems, from alcoholism
Lot.
to prison, everything. That whole family. I mean, there's like how many kids? You said there's like
Like 10 kids with their parents.
they had like
Yeah.
10 kids in
Their
that. family.
father raped some of the kids.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff when they were little.
Yeah. The
It's sad.
yeah, my dermatologist looks like El DeBarge.
Yeah.
And he's
Okay.
like,
Oh,
I don't know who that is, and I showed him a picture.
You ever heard of
and he
this?
Kind of blushed.
This was 50 cents. You ever heard of the band?
Yeah, hold it closer. You get too much glare. Still can't make it out because it's backwards.
Switch.
You need to reverse your camera.
Taking over the show.
It's called
yeah.
Switch. It's a black group that was around. The
No.
I've
same.
never heard of them.
and so Chris Bliss says it correctly when he says that the New Kids on the Block were tougher than Motley Crue. Hell yeah.
True. So we're in sync.
Yeah.
I thought that's who Joey Fatone was with.
So
No, NSYNC is with is with NSYNC, yeah.
Oh.
JC
And,
Chazet.
and one of the guys, and one of the guys from New Kids on the Block has had a very successful career in movies too, as well.
Who? Oh, Justin Timberwolf.
No, Wolf.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I know you have Justin Timberlake's records piled away.
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. They're sitting right next to Kiss and Accept and UFO.
And,
Yeah.
and did you hear that Aerosmith is going on a farewell tour without Joey Kramer?
Yes.
Joey Kramer is not going to be part of the tour, farewell tour.
I know. And Mr. Mark says, I'm flabbergasted that you guys can even conduct this conversation, let alone enjoy it.
Yeah, it's because Chris took over your show again.
no, I mean, well, like, he hasn't been around our lives and around our group to know
It's actually
a lot of
Jen's
our
show. It's
inside stuff.
It's actually Jen's show tonight.
Yeah.
Bengals.
And then, so he hadn't been around our group to know our inside jokes, like the pirate jokes and stuff like that. And he's not been around our group. Oh, and he's an old man. No, just kidding, Mark, really.
Mark,
He's older. So, like, maybe if we were talking about, like, manual printing presses, like, he could have some input there, you know. No, but he would have been a kid, like, he would have been a foot soldier in the sexual revolution,
I hope he did.
but he never enlisted. I'm gonna
Okay.
guess.
Okay, because Chris was talking about Mark Wahlberg and the Funky Bunch. Remember that? Oh, remember Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch?
So Chris was born in 74.
74.
Yeah, 74. I knew it was 73 or 74. So, yeah.
Number 4.
He's not that young. He's not
And-
that young.
And Addie says to Mr. Mark, some Americans have no choice of what they can see on the internet. Well, yeah, because you could be living in North Korea where every show you watch is a tribute to to little baby Bullethead.
Have you called him that before? That's the first I think I've heard that, but that is hilarious.
No, I actually read that on somebody else's or heard that out on somebody else's website. Yeah, they called him Baby Bullethead. I think it was on OG's show one night. They were talking about, something intelligent, and somebody on there said that, that's what's his name? Kim Il Yuk or Kilong Kunk or something, called him Baby Bullethead.
Yeah. No. And that's the thing, Mark. I know Mr. Mark, when I started hanging out in these groups, I was lost.
Take everything out of the box
But
first.
once you hang out a bit, you get to know and you participate a little bit more. But we talk a lot about music in this channel. Somehow it all leads to music. So.
Well, that's whenever I get on an Invader show.
Oh yeah, and I'm
Okay.
fine with that because I've already talked about. I've been on this live stream for 4 hours and 11 minutes, and
Yeah, really.
I already talked about a lot of stuff. So
Okay, and Mr. Pirate Radio would like everybody to know that his rheumatologist looks a lot like a Chinese Jerry Lewis.
wow,
Now that's some information that I'm gonna keep with me for at least 25 minutes.
at least it's not your proctologist. Better your rheumatologist than your proctologist. I'll say that. Otherwise, you're gonna.
Mark says you'd rather talk about North Korea than music any day. Well, I don't think that you're allowed to talk about North Korea in North Korea.
Yes.
And you probably can't talk about music in North Korea.
No. Not unless it's the anthem, I'm sure. Yeah. So I can't even do a Jerry Lewis impersonation. Can't even start.
I can't either.
That laugh he had was so obnoxious. But gosh, I did watch a lot of his stuff. He was funny.
I mean, because I can do more like accents than I do voices. Okay, but there was the time that I did the entire show with my Christopher Walken accents, and that was actually pretty funny.
But you can't dance like Christopher Walken. That's
I
what I
cannot.
want to see. You need to
No,
work
I-
on your dance act.
No, well, I still got to do that stupid monkey dance.
Oh yeah, well maybe you can incorporate the two of them. Christopher Walken dancing like a monkey. How about that?
And maybe I'll cut my hair to look like what's his name? Sun Yat-sen or Kim Jong-il or something.
Yeah. Can you do a monkey sound like Christopher Walken? Let's hear you do that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No.
Do I
Not
need
off
to
the
feed
top.
you a peanut? Do I need to feed you a peanut to get you to do that?
No, but if I was a jackass named Bob, you would just have to give me lettuce and I'd be good with that.
That's way easier. Bob was real easy. I loved Bob. Bob was a
And
good.
it was so
Great
funny
ass.
because I said, oh, Mr. Donkey, what's your name? And I go, Bob. Bob the Jackass. And didn't you call him Bob the Jackass too, I think?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
after you-
apologize. I
That was after
apologize.
you did.
I had my soda on top of my movies and I dumped it.
Oh no.
Oh, I hope that you didn't
Oh.
ruin that Motley Crue shirt.
No, he's got the hanging on the wall.
Oh, you know, because if anything, I would like to see that shirt fall on a pair of scissors. What about Bob? Yeah, that was a funny movie. Oh, what about Bob? That was a funny movie with Richard Dreyfuss, I think. Right? Right? Right, Bopak? Was Richard Dreyfuss? No. Oh, was Richard Dreyfuss in that?
Which movie? I'm sorry.
Oh, what about Bob?
That was Richard Dreyfuss and the other guy, Bill Murray.
Yeah, yeah,
Bill Murray. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like being in a flood, you know?
Addie, I love this. I think waltzes are beautiful. You can kick your partner without anyone seeing. That's great.
Oh, no.
That's great.
Why is he helping him?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
so-
I would say Bopak and Mark are discussing Korea. I like geopolitical stuff too, but not on YouTube. I come to YouTube to have fun.
Oh, no.
Like life is crazy out there. This is a nice little fun place to hang out where we all like each other and we're safe and you don't
Exactly.
have to deal with any BS out there, you know? No Twitter crap, no anything.
Speaking of geopolitical affairs, let's see how smart you geopoliticians are. What is the smallest country in the world?
Luxembourg.
That's incorrect.
Vatican City.
Very good.
Oh yeah, Vatican City. Also the richest. No. I did talk a little politics. Hunter brought some, we were talking healthcare stuff, and that does include a little politics, but as a rule, I don't like to talk politics on my
I don't
channel.
either. I don't either.
You know,
I don't either.
I
Well-
will on Twitter, but not here. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Bopak. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And you've been on my show enough to know that I really
You like
Don't
this
wanna-
movie?
crap either. Huh?
Like that movie?
No.
You don't like that? That's a great movie. Come on.
No.
It was made before 1990. Are you kidding?
Singing in the Rain? Holy cow.
I thought that was a black and white movie.
You know,
One of the greatest
No.
musicals ever. To,
Gene Kelly and
One of
Debbie Reynolds. That was
one, of,
named after
one of the
her.
greatest musicals ever for its time. You know.
Bimbo doesn't stay young by watching old stuff. She stays
Yeah.
young by keeping up with stuff. And that's why
No.
another reason I'm doing the movies, because you kind of make me feel like, and
I
I'm
love
not saying it's
old
bad.
movies like this. I mean, these are my favorite. I mean, I like Ten Commandments, Ben Hur. I mean, some Psycho.
Oh,
Yeah.
now Ten Commandments I have, and I love that. I love
Okay.
that. Okay, because it's got Vincent Price in it. It's got Vincent Price.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
And
Now-
I like
You
him.
know, he played in the original Fly too, Vincent Price.
Yes, of course.
I will
Chris.
confess, I had Debbie Reynolds, the singing nun, and I loved the music, and I would sing along to it. Dominique, you know, I know it,
Some of her 45s.
No wonder I was drinking at 5 years old.
right? You grew up with that stuff. Yeah. But the Sound of
out-
Music with Julie
Well, check
Andrews and stuff.
Choreo Tours. They are probably the foremost tour company visiting the People's Democratic Republic of Korea. That's North Korea. But now on those kind of tours, aren't they
They're very strict.
and they just show you what they want you to see.
Absolutely.
You can't be walking outside of the tour,
Absolutely.
you know, because the only way you'll be coming home is laying down stretched out.
Yeah. Even in China, you can't go everywhere in China freely. There are places where Americans are banned.
Well,
Yeah.
that's because most Americans, when we go to other countries, we're obnoxious assholes.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Mark, we all like intellectual things, but that's not why we're here.
Here's another classic you can't deny: Gone with the Wind.
Generally,
Oh God, I have never ever ever seen that movie.
Gone
it
with the
took
Wind.
me.
Kidding me.
Wow.
Y'all are gonna laugh. I live
What are
in
you waiting for?
Georgia.
What are you waiting for, Bimbo?
Something. I'm waiting for a movie with robots, spaceships, explosions. Oh, people with their heads falling off. You know, things
Scariest
like
movie
that.
ever made. The Exorcist, the scariest movie ever.
No, it's one of the best.
Debatable.
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 But I will say that now I lost my train of thought.
You were something else. Oh, saying. About Mr. Mark was talking about North Korea.
Oh, yeah. No, but
China.
I mean, we do like learning things and talking about
Oh.
things we learn, but generally here you're going to find just goofing around.
This
You know,
kind of crap.
but outside of this, we are all kind of into intellectual things. Surprisingly, we just act stupid here.
I mean, because believe it or not, I have an IQ. I've got an IQ of 189, and that's been tested because because I made my own IQ tester, and that's what I tested. So it's got to be true.
Yeah,
Bopak
yeah.
has been to China a couple of times. Well, I mean, I think that China. I mean, I don't think all of China's bad. It's just, well, it's even like this country. Oh, this country, we just have ridiculous people leading the country. If people would wake the hell up and get better leadership, the world would be best. And you know what I would love to see? I would love to see Vladimir Putin and I forget the Ukrainian guy's name. You think I should know it being Ukrainian, but I would like to see Putin and him have a pay-per-view, and whoever wins, their country wins the war, and the war's over. That's it. Because then each country they would, they'd reap a ton of money. They could because the poor Russian guys, and you know what their paychecks are? Shoes and vodka. That's what they're getting paid. Oh, they're not getting paid in rubles. They're getting paid in shoes and vodka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So, trying to see. You can go ahead and talk. Mr. Mark said that you can go anywhere in China you want, but I had the brochure from the embassy, and there are places where you cannot go. I think when you apply, and now that may have changed since, but there are like some areas that they do. I saw that were banned in
See,
China.
and that's funny because you say you have a brochure from China. I've got a book from Myrtle Beach. How
Yeah,
about
well,
that?
now yeah, so actually it was August 10th, 2023. China lift ban on group tours to US and other countries. But this is another. My dad went twice to China. That's how I know. Because it was and we were trying to get papers from his stepson went to Beijing International School for high school, and we were trying to get his paperwork to enroll him in university here in the States, and that did not go well because he was a high-ranking student, and so they refused to send his papers to the States. But because we had connections at the university, we were able to get him enrolled over there.
Maybe
Um,
that's oh, maybe that's a, proof positive that it's better off, to be stupid in life.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. And then I think, yeah, it was just a mess. And my dad had to fly over there. And then you would think, where do you think
Yes, Mr. Mark. Oh, shoes and vodka. That's what they get paid. And I do know that for a fact because I am Ukrainian. I'm part Ukrainian and in part Russian.
yeah,
Okay,
so
and
I think like in,
picking up.
I'm sorry, in China,
Oh, this should
where do you think the consulate is in China?
Oh, probably Hong Kong.
Nope.
Providence, Rhode Island.
It should have been. It's in Guangzhou.
What's that?
Guangzhou is all the way down the south side of China.
Oh,
You would think it would be in the capital of Beijing, but no, they got to make things really freaking difficult. So, yeah,
I'd like to hear this later.
it's a pain in the booty.
and
It's a
Mr. Mark
pain
said,
in the booty.
again, you sound like Radio Free Europe. Wasn't there a song by REM called Radio Free Europe? Yes, there
What's
was.
a frequency, Kenneth?
I want to hear
Yeah.
what they're saying.
What's a frequency, Kenneth, right? Did they also do Radio Free Europe? I think they did.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they
Have a
did.
good
Yeah,
night,
they
Jen.
did.
I'll see you later. Thanks for letting me on.
Hey, thanks, and you have a great birthday dinner tomorrow night, Chris.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
And
Bye-bye.
go
Good seeing
watch
you both.
and go watch Gone with the Wind.
Okay.
And that's what I was going to say. I didn't see Gone with the Wind until I had lived here in Georgia many years. And
I refuse to watch it. I refuse to watch it.
it's long. It got old. It had to be a two-parter for me.
And it's probably boring as hell. There's there's nothing in the movie that would interest me. Except and Addie knows that's one reason why I won't watch it because there's no aliens in it. There's no robots, there's no spaceships, there's no cattle mutilation, there's none of the things that I find entertaining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So anyway, so my main thing why I even came onto your thing today because I woke up and I was going to go on YouTube and I was going to pick my 3 movies for the next movie night. And then I saw you were on and I said, what the hell is she doing on?
Yeah.
So Chris says, that's how I feel, Addie. Why should I go anywhere when I can just get those virtual reality goggles and be everywhere? Yeah, you can. Yeah.
God, did you know in China they could like throw out these what does it say they are? Their exit. They ban you from exiting the country. You never know. They could do it at any time, and then then there's no recourse to get out of there.
Well, because I know because the time that I was living in Australia, when you go to Australia, you have to be sponsored. You have to have a reason. I mean, you can go there to visit, but if you're going there to live, you have to have a reason to go. Why you can benefit the Australian economy. And I was only going to be there for 18 months. You have to have the means to get home.
Oh yeah, that's almost anywhere. If you don't have means to get home,
Not in this country.
yeah. So and now in Europe you need a visa. Is it you need a visa or you need to pay a fee? I think you need to pay a fee. So, but where we visited in the past that have had fees, they're generally minimal. I think there are things you can learn by visiting places that you can't learn online because again, they're basically a lot of times marketing to that country. You don't know what kind of kickbacks people online or in the press are getting or what they're being shown. But like the crazy thing I learned going to St. Lucia that really kind of struck me, it kind of shook me a bit. But I saw all these booksellers in the capital of Castries. And I'm looking down at the books and they're tattered and torn, and, most of them didn't have covers on them or anything. And they were quite expensive. And I have just thought, wow, I guess people here like to read, and they must be like kind of like we do the little neighborhood libraries in the box. I'm thinking, oh, they just resell these, and it's a way to make money, so that's great. But then I talked to the guy at the hotel, and he was begging us to send him college algebra books because he couldn't get his hands on any. And he was in college. And I was like, why? I see all these books up in Castries and everything. He said, no, they have a 27% tariff on any imported books. Well, you know why? They want to keep their people stupid and poor because then they can steal from them and, just disgusting. But it kind of shook me that, you're a tariff away from being stupid, basically, I don't know a better way to put it, but it just was like, wow, like you want to oppress people and keep them down and keep them stupid. That's a great way to do it. I don't
Keep
know.
them down and keep them stupid is give them books, with no covers. That way, they don't know what the hell they're reading.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it was just crazy, but I couldn't believe it. So, but this is another thing that happened to me in St. Lucia is, so there were these kids on the beach because their beaches are open public, even though it was a hotel beach. This family would come, they'd stay at the far end of the beach. But the kids were curious about me because I had snorkels, I had a camera, and I was taking the camera into the water and everything. And, they were just kind of curious. And then Chris was freaking out because then they started like touching my hair. And every time they'd come over, the boys and the girls, all of them would want to touch my hair. He was kind of freaking out. And then I went over and asked the mom because like she brought a big old pot and they're trying to fish for food to put in the pot to cook. And I'm like, this is just pitiful. And the kids look so skinny. I'm like, asked the mom, I'm like, can I buy your kids lunch? She's like, yeah. I'm like, do you want anything? She's like, no, just give me some cigarettes. And I was like, so I gave her some cigarettes. I was like, oh, your cigarettes for a kid, I don't know. But so I fed them. And when I went into the Capitol, I ended up buying a bunch of school, because I'd heard that school started the next week. So I went in and bought a bunch of school supplies, books and crayons and paper and all kinds of stuff, and took it back. Let me tell you, these kids thought they won the freaking lottery. Like, you would have thought these kids got an Xbox. They were so appreciative and they were so happy. And I was like, just do me a favor, do well in school, listen to your teachers and learn as much as you can, because I was asking them what they wanted to be. One wanted to be a teacher, one wanted to be a doctor. I'm like, you can do anything, just keep up with your school stuff. So that's something you get that you don't get in videos or video tours or anything like that. I don't know. I kind of
Yeah.
like experiencing them myself.
Yeah, see, but
So,
one thing that Chris Bliss, did find out about a way to smoke in airports by blowing smoke into the high-powered toilets and then exhale when they flush. See now, that is the kind of information that you will only get on Bimbo Barbarella's College of Rock Knowledge, even though that's not what you're watching.
I smuggled a lighter by mistake after 9/11 through an airport. It was a
Oh my
mistake,
God,
though.
what happened? What happened? Did you get strip searched?
She did felt me up. She felt me up, and at the time I was not wearing wired bras, but I
And
didn't
did it feel
realize I
good?
had put the lighter in my, because that's like my second purse there.
And did you say, "Oh, honey, you missed it. Can you do it again?"
No, she's like, oh, is that an underwire bra? And I'm like, yes, ma'am. She's like, okay, you're good to go. And I'm like, because the other
Yeah.
thing was a friend of mine gave that to me, so it means a lot to me.
Okay, because you would still be doing hard time in Guantanamo Bay.
It was actually in our nation's capital
It
airport.
doesn't matter. You're still going to Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, true. For there, sure. Yeah.
Messing around and Bopak adds, messing around at airports is the only way to make it tolerable. Yeah. Oh no, but you know what's crazy is now sometimes because everybody has a cell phone. I I see little 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds. They're at the doctor's office and they're on their phone. And when I was 6 years old, I was reading Dr. Seuss, Go Dog Go, and this kid you know is on like a laptop. And
Yeah. No, my
okay,
granddaughter was taking her own picture at one,
yeah.
and she always
Oh,
insisted on hanging up the phone. And now the grandbaby, the new 6 month old, he's taking his own picture now. But yeah, she's an iPhone crazed kid. Like she knows
yeah.
all the iPhone stuff.
Okay, yeah, but now, you see these people just acting like idiots in airports and it gets, 45 million views. I mean, if I want to become YouTube famous, I just got to act like an idiot in an airport and I'll be all over the internet. And Mr. Mark says, "Oh, keeping their people stupid and poor."
No, I mean it in that's a way for the government to control and steal from them. Like that's what they do. Like I mean, a
And
lot of
that's what our country does, but we're just too dumb to know it.
there are too many of us, and it's too much ridiculous amount of money that they get to play with. But no, I mean, what I mean is if you tax tariff books and people don't get smart and they don't realize there's something other. I mean, all of us I dreamt of traveling to faraway places that I never thought I'd travel to. And luckily, I've been able to do a lot of that. But I think every kid has that dream. But if they don't know that there are other places out there that are incredible, then they're just there, you know?
And yeah, and that's like me in my early 20s. And this is true, I'm not making this up. And I have to say that because every once in a while I get accused of telling a untruth. I don't know how that happened, but because I did actually write like some science fiction short stories that got sold. And that was my dream, was to always just be like a science fiction writer. And I actually did it. So, I mean, and they were good. Oh, they
Mhm.
were, and they still issue the magazines now. One is called um, Science Fiction and Fantasy Magazine, Isaac Asimov's magazine. I also had stuff published in a magazine called Omni. If you're old enough, you can remember that. And when you have books and you can read, you're just more creative. And this is true because Jen has seen it. I actually drew a amusement park,
It's
and
massive.
it is so big that I have to unfold it and put it on the floor.
Yeah, I think it's about maybe the size of the two posters behind you.
Yeah, yeah, probably. Yeah,
Yeah, the two largest posters.
yeah.
It's huge, but taller than those. But it's amazing, her imagination and her creativity. I was
Yeah,
really impressed by a lot of that.
and that's what you get when the government lets you read. And Chris says, other countries, people recognize the propaganda. A lot of Americans don't. Yes. Oh, this is true, Chris. Yes, very true. Very
Mhm.
true. Well, what time is it? 11 o'clock.
I don't know.
Ugh.
Is it really 11? I've been on here
Yes.
4 hours and 39 minutes and 41 seconds.
It's Max Headroom. Max Headroom. Oh my God. How many people hated that show?
Hmm I
think
didn't watch it. I didn't watch it.
I did. It was, it, I hated it, but it was so stupid and dumb that you had to watch it. Just because it was so. Yeah, but that was one of the first shows of its kind.
Hmm
Mr. Mark says American kids and mobile phones, spoiled brats, destined to become spoiled adults.
I don't agree with that either.
Huh?
And I don't agree with that either because I think like with my daughter's kids, I think they're gonna I know the foundation that her and her husband will teach the kids. And I mean, okay, I'll just say my daughter's worked with some organizations so that are love hate relationship depending on what side of the political spectrum you are. Some even have conspiracy theories tagged to them, but I know deep in my heart that those kids are going to be loving towards everyone no matter who they are.
But but a lot of our problems like that with kids actually come from parents now, because how many times do you see some stupid ass father get into a fight
Yeah,
at
Bopak.
at a little league game with the umpire, and do you think that's setting a good example for his son and the rest of the kids?
Well,
No,
that's
it
not
just
going to be
gets
them.
bad.
They would never do that. No. But let me tell you, I mean, my granddaughter knew how to swim when she was 1 years old. The baby's in the water now. He's been in the water. She was in the water when she was basically out of the womb. After that first 6 months, she was able to get some shots. She was in the pool, like as much as
Yeah,
possible.
yeah,
So,
because when my egg hatched, I was actually born in the water, so.
yeah. No, but I mean, I know the activities they do and I know what they're involved in. So, I mean, and both parents came from poor backgrounds, you know. Well, I'd say his was more middle class, Fort Lauderdale area, and hers was, rural Georgia. And she came out of it without a Georgia accent,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
Bopop says, I think we're making some messed up kids. Poor parenting has become good parenting has yes, it has, and that's a shame.
Well, the 27, okay, Mark, but this is a problem with the 27% import tax on textbooks. Because there's a 27% import tax on textbooks, I could not even get. So the chef at our restaurant was incredible, and he had won some Bacardi awards and stuff. And I really loved his cooking. He's like, "Oh, I have a cookbook." I'm like, "Great, I'll go up to the lobby and get it." He's like, "Oh no, we don't carry it." I'm like, and then he's like, "They have an import tax," and I'm like, "Ah, yeah, that's right, import tax. You can't have books. Like you can't even have a freaking recipe book because nobody's gonna pay the 27% income tax because nobody's going to be able to afford to buy it once you tag on that 27% import tax to the suggested retail price. You won't even be able to stay in business and nobody will buy your books. So, you know, that's why they sell tattered books, novels mainly novels. So,
I mean,
yeah.
I know how I can make a ton of money. I can go down to St. Lucia and bring down boxes of books.
Yeah. Addie says, I caught my kids stealing and I still have the pic where wear a sign that said, "I'm a thief." They did not go for a second photo. Mm. Oh, yeah. I'm sure they didn't. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Parenting techniques change over the years. It will be interesting to see how some of the newer techniques, pan out. Because we
Yeah.
were even talking about the snoob the other day. I was telling Bimbo, Bopak about it, and Bopak, I was wrong. I misstated. The price isn't 6,000. I think my daughter was just joking. It's $1,600 new for the snoo bassinet, but you only use it for like 6 months, so that's why it's better to rent it. Um, but yeah, I mean, they're not even. I don't know. There's this weird thing. There's this new thing, which is amazing because parents get like an extra hour of sleep, and it's all computerized and electronic. And basically, if it doesn't work, your kid probably has colic, or they just need a diaper change or feeding if they cry. But otherwise, this technology bassinet is supposed to be amazing. It senses when the baby starts crying, and it will increase the speed a little notch to try and rock it back to sleep. If it continues, it'll notch it up a little bit more intense, and then it just keeps going up. But once it hits a certain level and the baby's still crying, it shuts off and sends you a text alert like you need to come check your baby.
Really? Oh, really? Because well,
Yeah.
see, because my mother, she had something, kind of similar like that.
Hmm.
It was called a wooden spoon to the side of the head. So, so
Yeah. I mean, so there's that kind of weird kind of technology, but it's also very helpful to both the baby because this is how important it is. The snoo, it also what's popular now that wasn't popular when we were babies is to swaddle the child, and that means the hands and feet close to the body and immaterial, and you want them to be that way because I guess coming out of the womb, being birthed, now you're just like, it's a lot. So this, you can put them in, it swaddles them, and it keeps them happy and contained. And then what you
uh, that
do,
sounds. Oh, that sounds kind of dumb.
but as they age, when they hit the 6 month mark, and you're trying to get them to a um, when you're trying to get them to come out of the snoo and transition them into a regular crib, you do it slowly. You'll take one arm out of the thing at a time, and you work on
Oh
that for
God,
1 or 2 weeks,
oh God, that's even
and then the second arm. And there's a
that's
process now.
that's dumb. I think that's dumb. All I know is you're talking about, like parenting techniques. My father, who was the staunch Russian, everything has to be Russian, everything has to be in unison Russian. Oh, he didn't know my name until I was 5 years old. So, so he was not the best parent.
That's the way dads were a lot back in those days.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, my dad worked, but when he was home, I remember as a child, he interacted with us, a
He
lot.
didn't. Like I said, and I know that everybody's getting tired, but but this is a funny story, and you know everybody. I hope did not have the same experience. My mother wanted me to spend more time with my father. And I basically told my mother, I says, Mom, I don't like him. She says, just go spend time with your father. And he was the leader of a Cub Scout group with my younger brother, who's 2 years younger than me. And my brother was all into scouts, and my father was the scout leader, and he was all into scouting and all that. And I thought, oh, this is stupid. I don't want to wear that ugly brown uniform. And so And so I go, and fortunately, it was at this church that in Fort Lauderdale was only a couple blocks from where we lived. So I went, much to my chagrin, and I come home within like 20 minutes. My mother says, "What happened? I thought you went to the Boy Scout meeting." And I says, "Mom, it was the stupidest thing I've ever been to." And she said, "Why? What did your father do?" And I says, well, he was showing people how to, use ropes, and I tied myself up, and so he sent me home. My mother never made me go again.
Wow. Wow. The my dad was one of these types though that, life was an adventure always. And the my first bicycle, my dad took us to the landfill, and that's how I got my first bicycle. I found the tires were bent, flat. I think the handlebars were rusty, and I got the frame, and I had to sand it down, and he helped me spray paint it. And then we got the handlebars, and he showed me how to do tires and put them on and blow them up. I mean, he showed me everything. So I was lucky. Mark, I flew in and I spent a whole week in St. Lucia. So you can take your case elsewhere, buddy. I don't do cruise ships. You know why? I don't like the idea of cruise ships because you don't learn this stuff on cruise ships. It's all manufactured whatever. It's manufactured Jamaica. It's manufactured Grand Caymans. I don't want that. I want to know, like, I love Costa Rica. I've been there twice. And what I loved about it is I learned so much staying a week in that place. And that's not an island for anyone who doesn't know. Because a lot of people think Costa Rica's an island. But no, I stayed there. I've been to Costa Rica a total of 2 weeks. But I like asking people in private about the political climate, about, the economy, about college. I love that Costa Rica has no military and everybody goes to college for free. They teach English in the grade schools up to 12th grade. And they are so on top of, they're very green. They have geothermal energy. They take advantage of their volcanoes. They banned finning sharks out in their waters. They really have cut back on keeping people from overfishing their waters and stuff. They're very green country. Before being green was a cool thing, even. Because
and did you know? Yeah, and I hate to interrupt you, but did you know that Costa Rica, that's where Isla Nublar was.
Who?
It's an island called Isla Nublar.
Isla Nublar?
Yeah.
Never
Well,
been
you
there.
have you have to have seen the Jurassic Park movies to know that.
Oh.
So.
I didn't. So anyway, but I mean, it's just a lovely country with lovely people. They're so cool there.
And it just goes to show you what a decent government can do, as opposed to the country next door, Nicaragua, which is so ripe with corruption.
Right. And guess how many political parties there are in Costa Rica?
112?
Close.
Guess what?
12.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I was only off by 100.
You were 100 off. You were 100 off, but that was very good. There are 12 political parties in Costa Rica, And
That's
they,
what the
they
U.S.
make it work.
and that's what the U.S. needs is we need two. We can't survive with only two choices. There has to be other viable people who have a chance, but nobody else has a chance. But the knuckleheads that get in.
Hmm. Yeah. No, but I love Costa Rica. I want to go back. I haven't done all of the country yet. I've done most of it. I haven't done the east side of the country.
And you know what I have that I should have bought up and I would have given it to you. I have a turtle keychain from Costa Rica because I used to know somebody from Costa Rica, and he gave me a gold turtle keychain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're just, I don't know. And the first time I went, I did do a all-inclusive trip through a group here that I like to fly with. We're lucky to have Atlanta as a hub. And they do great. And I flew with them to Dominican Republic too because they get a private charter plane, but it's like Delta, but the whole plane is only their clients. And they take you to the country and you always have a person, they sell you only the safest tours in a country. And there's always a person on at your hotel that you can contact if you have any problems with anything ever. So I like traveling sometimes to some countries with them first. In fact, when we went to Dominican Republic, I'm like, look, I've been to a lot of islands. I've done most of the island things. I want to see whales. Like, oh, well, we do a whale cruise. It's a booze cruise. And I'm like, he's like, I was like, how long does it take to get there? How long is a cruise? He's like, it's going to be like a 5-6 hour day. And I'm like, how long in the boat? He's like, a couple hours. I'm like, oh no. And I saw the bus leave. It was unair conditioned bus, like on a 2-hour drive to get on the booze cruise. I'm like,
Yeah.
do you have anything better? Like, is there an airport that does helicopter tours or anything down to the Bay of Samana where the whales come in to give birth?
Nest.
No, they give birth. This is in February, so I wanted to see the whale babies.
Oh.
And so yeah, they've already given birth in February. So he goes, where are you from? I said, Atlanta. He's like, oh, I grew up in Gainesville, Georgia. Like, he's like, but I live here. My parents were from here, and so I've come back to live here. And it's cheap to live here. I like it. I was like, okay, so hook me up. So he called this guy, and he had a airplane. It was a training airplane. It was a brand new Cessna, kind of like a trainer car, like you would have for driving, but it was an airplane. So Chris got to launch us off the runway. He got to pull back and do all that stuff. It was a 3-person Cessna. I'm back there in the back of the little tail section, and him and the other guy. And I mean, it was like $500, but we were there a week, and I was happy with that. If we had gone to any other country, we probably would have spent more than that and done stuff. So I was happy to pay that to do what I really wanted to do. And I did get to see a whale and its baby, so it was worth it. The booze cruise, on the other hand, they were, I saw their boat. They were never going to see any whales. Those were the only whales out there that day.
Okay, because we had our booze cruise canceled twice.
I don't do booze cruises. Never.
No, remember down in Tampa?
Oh, that booze cruise. Yeah. But I don't do like
No.
booze cruises. I don't.
And I'll never forget the time that me, my mother, and my sister were going to go to England. And we went to England. And, she was looking at like tour things and stuff. And she says, I am not going to spend 12 hours a day on a freaking bus and see 2 hours worth of sights. So we just went over there with no agenda whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the best vacation I'd ever had.
Hmm.
You know, because you're not following anybody's guidelines. You're not listening to somebody say, and over here is McGurky's castle. Over here is the Duchess Fergie's, you know,
Yeah.
no. Oh, just show me the World's End pub, and that's what I want to see.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I've done, tours in countries, but like the only place I really want to do a tour of now, I want to do one of the double decker tours, but be on the top
Oh, we
deck.
went on them. We were on them in England.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to do it in Rome though, because I don't
yeah.
want to go to Rome. I want to do the tour of Rome without going to Rome, like
Well, then
stepping
actually,
foot in it
well, then
too
actually,
much.
what you do is if you ever get a computer that works right, you get some of those like Google virtual glasses,
Google
and
goggles.
take like
Yeah.
those virtual tours.
No, I mean we want to go to Florence, but when we go to Florence, I don't want. I, when you go that far and you're this age, I do want to go to Rome. It'd be nice to see, but I really don't want to spend a lot of time there. It's like Paris. I like going there. I like getting
I,
out.
I've got no desire to go to Paris whatsoever.
No, I'd like to stay there, get over my jet lag, and get the heck
Well,
out.
well, for one, I don't like French food. And so Addie says, I learned in school when one thinks others will judge them, their actions will make it come true.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you're back. I'm surprised you're up so late.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm up so late too.
You had
But,
a nap. You had a
but,
nap. Jennifer's
but,
come and gone. She was here 5 hours ago and came back.
hey, I was out cutting down trees and sticks for 3 hours.
Yeah, but Jennifer's a yo-yo, you know? I think her job's harder, like leaving, coming back, coming back.
Okay. Here's a bit of music trivia, and you know that you can't go that long without music trivia. Um, what family band did a song in 1971 called Yo-Yo? And you win a date with Addie Pakal if you get it right.
In the shed.
Yes, in the war room.
That's right. What are you cooking, Natty? Can you tell our lovely guest our participants what you'll be cooking for dinner in the shed?
Oh, I guess nobody knows the answer to Yo-Yo. It was a song done by the Osmonds.
Ah, ah.
Yeah, see, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
The Cowsills.
No, did we
No,
lose Mr. Mark? I hope not.
that was close. That was close. Oh, well, the Cowsills. They were like the other Osmond kind of band, and that's the kind of music that kids my age were listening to. When I was listening to Black Sabbath, you know, all that um, Deep Purple, Rolling Stones, the Beatles, the Doors. Kids my age, they were listening to the Cowsills, the Osmonds, and they say, "Oh, we don't like the music that you listen to." And I says, "What you're listening to is called music." What album I picked up, and I forgot to mention it. There's a band called Hawkwind. If you've never heard of Hawkwind,
Only from you. No.
they're like space rock, and it was Lemmy Kilmister's first band. And you all know that Lemmy went on to form Motorhead. So okay, Addie, and I did like Motown music a lot. I loved Motown. Because we had our Motown show a while ago. And I think you were even there on the show. I can go back and look, but I don't have the desire.
Yeah, I like everything.
Down, but I do write these things down.
There's not much we don't like, I would say. That's all right.
My grandson is 3 weeks. We can fix him up in about 18 years. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Hawkwind, yes. Oh, Hawkwind is. And you know, Bopak, they just released a new album. Oh, last year.
Yeah, it's surprising all these bands releasing stuff.
And there's some of these guys that are still alive. And and the Rolling Stones have a new album coming out in October, called Something Diamonds, because I saw it today. And here's a guy who was, he was around, when Adam gave Eve the apple. And he's, still making music. So
Hmm.
I'm tired because
Yeah, I need to go too. I think I heard Chris heating up food, but it's awfully late for him. He has to work tomorrow.
Oh, he's got to go back to work, poor thing.
I know, and I had him working all weekend. So between tech
Yeah,
stuff
oh,
and building
yeah.
stuff, and
I know, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because, and like I found it funny, is that he called me wanting, me to help him, this morning.
Mhm.
I said, Chris, what the hell can I do?
Well, we can't
You know?
test StreamYard. We didn't want to bring other people into StreamYard. We knew we could test stuff backstage with you.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, because Coach was on. Oh, Coach came on, and Kropka came on too.
yeah, they were on
And
here earlier. Hunter came on panel with me earlier. You missed
yeah,
it.
oh, I heard, but then he started coughing or something, and
Yeah, he had to leave. So I hope he's okay. Hopefully he'll leave me a message somewhere. But
yeah,
or I'll
and I
leave
gotta
him a
go.
message on his channel. So yeah, but I appreciate y'all hanging out with us so many hours. My goodness. So
Shakatovich,
yeah,
yes,
but I'm so glad I got this. When I went on live, I was going to do a trivia thing, but it was only Chris and Hunter, or I think Jennifer, and then Chris showed up. Jennifer had to leave, and then it was a mess. So it's kind of been low key, and then you came on. So that's all the entertainment I need. But maybe I'll throw up I don't know, trivia thing later this week. Are we doing movie night on my channel now that I'm all straightened out on Friday?
yeah, no, I thought you said the 20th.
We can move it to the 20th.
No, well, what day is the 20th? I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know.
I don't know how to read calendars.
Just, I don't know.
Obviously, that's
Addie's
why
our manager. Where's our manager? She should know.
yeah.
Like
All right, Miss
September
Jennifer,
20th
we'll
is
see
a
you later.
Wednesday.
No.
Let's do it the 22nd. How's that?
All right. Yeah, okay, yeah, because no,
But-
because I think that's the In Excess show.
No, that's the 15th. Get your calendar, girl.
Let me check. I don't know.
I know. Tell her it's the 15th, Addie.
I've got to check the College of Rock Knowledge book. See, and believe it or not, every time we do one of these things, I do write them down.
I'm glad you liked the Black Hole movie, Addie. I'm glad I have everything back. I mean, even Restream was getting frustrated. You could tell. They're like,
Yes, okay. In Excess is the 15th, and that's 10 songs. I figured that's enough.
10 songs.
Yeah.
All right. So 10 songs on the 15th at Bimbo Barbarella Music. Pirate Radio is always, on
when
and
he's in
off.
off.
Never know when he'll be on, but keep a lookout for him.
and,
And
and and then he does get on, and he's got a good show rolling around for 45 minutes, and then suddenly he's just gone.
yeah, he was on a while last night, but he got
Oh,
tired.
really?
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and then every once in a while you'll get lucky and see his haunted girlfriend there, the ghost.
that's
Once in a
right.
while she make an appearance.
That's right.
Yeah,
So
you
I
gotta
just wanted to say, though, I really appreciate you all hanging in there with me through these technical issues and Bimbo taking over the show that week. And, it was all a bit spontaneous. And like Addie watched the Black Hole movie, that was great. So it's been
And I
frustrating on this end. And poor Chris, he works in IT, so he was so frustrated.
yeah, I mean, because I could tell that he was frustrated. Oh, this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's hard to really get him frustrated. You don't see him
I never
displaying
saw him
frustration.
frustrated. I've never seen him frustrated in
No,
that week that I was up there hanging out with you guys. He was
no,
not frustrated by anything once.
no. It's
And
so rare for him to do that. So,
okay, yeah, because not even the time that you burnt dinner like 4 nights in a row, he wasn't frustrated.
I know. I only do that so we have to go out to eat.
Oh, see, and
Not,
see, and that's why poor Al, he's so easy to cook for. Is and I know you're gonna get going, but yesterday I grilled out, and I was gonna grill out some hamburgers and hot dogs, but for some reason he didn't want hot dogs. I said, why? Well, I didn't want any hot dogs. So this is what I did. Is how ramen noodles come in like a package. So I put the ramen noodles on the grill, fried them up like that, served it to him with some ketchup and barbecue sauce, and he ate it.
yeah.
And now the ramen noodles, oh, they weren't cooked. They were just like burnt, and he ate it.
How many ended up on his shirt?
None, because he ate them all. He tore that up, he ate that up, like a pit bull charging on a T-bone steak.
Would he gum it to death then?
Yeah, and here's a man who can't chew because he has no teeth, because he had dentures, but he lost them. Oh, I didn't lose them. I just can't find them. That was 3 years ago. No, Al, 3 years ago, they're lost.
Yeah.
Oh, I just can't find them. And
Yeah.
I got to go to his cancer radiation thing tomorrow at noon. So who knows what kind of goofy outfit I'll wear tomorrow? Because
Well,
okay, because even the girls at like the cancer place, and we've only been going now for 2 weeks. Oh, they make comments already. They've said, "Oh my God, we can't wait to see, just what you're gonna wear, today." See, that's all part of the bimbo lifestyle. Read my new magazine.
that's right. That's right.
All
It's
right,
all in
guys.
Bimbo's latest edition. Only, how much was it? 11.7? 11.7.
Yeah, 11.7 cents.
Yeah. So that's more than the average St. Lucian makes in one day.
And I don't charge a 27% tariff either.
That's right.
All
Yeah,
right,
the
guys.
St. Lucian people were great too. Love their
All right,
spirit.
guys. I'm going, Miss Addie, Daddy Bopak, Miss
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Y'all are
Anybody-
great. We appreciate it.
Well, I don't appreciate it. Oh, you're all a bunch of pain in the asses, but
I know. You had to get up and put makeup on.
No, and it took me 2 minutes.
It took you 2 minutes to get that ugly? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if I really would have tried, it would have been 5. I'd have put more effort into it.
Then nobody would be watching. He would have scared everyone.
Well, Halloween is coming up.
That's right. That's right.
And then Al Jorgensen from Ministry, he quoted us with these famous words, "Every day is Halloween."
That's right.
Okay, guys, good night. What's today? All right, I'll probably do my Wednesday show on Wednesday. Sometimes they're on Tuesday, sometimes they're on Thursday, but I'll do them when I get around to it.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mr. Mark, I think he's gone. Maybe he's not, but it's good seeing him here. He was pretty well behaved, so I appreciate it. But yeah. All right, Bimbo, take care. I'll see you later. Thanks a bunch. I appreciate it.
5 hours and 15 minutes of my life that I'm never going to get back.
That's right. Love y'all. Talk to you later. Bye.